Welcome back to the FanSpeak Network, and we have another exciting episode with our friend Sean Mitchell. This time talking about preseason week 1 and, of course, more training camp notes. We will do that in just 1 minute after the open. Oops. That's right. We are back this week. Sorry for any technical difficulties there first, but we are back this week to talk more preseason week 1 and training camp notes. We talked last Tuesday with Sean about the preseason, or excuse me, the training camp notes that he does daily. And Sean, we appreciate you've continued to do the training camp notes daily, the preseason notes. It's been amazing. If you guys are not following Sean Mitchell on Twitter, it's his link is right there, the Mitch 17, or the Mitch 17 on Twitter.
It's at S Mitchell 17. Yeah, I put the Mitch 17. That's my UD, and
that's
my,
the UD
at my
S Mitchell is at 17 is where you need to be following on Twitter for all of Sean's amazing daily training camp and now preseason notes. So Sean, first of all, how are you doing?
Good. I'm good. Just in the streets every day, just trying to find the edge like we're all trying to do here. But yeah, it's been a fun couple of weeks. The camps, we're getting to kind of nearing a slight close on the camps. Camps are almost over.
Yeah.
So it's really just going to be a bunch of the preseason from here on out, but really looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, again, we talked about last week how useful it was, the daily notes. We still are appreciating it. And like you said, camps are wrapping up, but now we're going to preseason, 3-4 days a week here too, just like we did in week 1. Steve, how are you doing? I know you've, we've talked about preseason week 1 a little bit on your shows, but how are you doing? And I know you're probably looking forward to talking about with Sean today too.
Yeah, absolutely. Sean's Twitter has become, it's always been a good read, but it's now a must read. And, it's good that he put his UD name in here because the Mitch 17, that's what you'll be chasing in the finals if you're not following his data.
Exactly.
Hopefully.
Exactly. Exactly. No, that's exactly right. So again, be sure you're following Sean. Link is in the show notes and of course up on the screen as you're coming in. Be sure to hit that like button, or if you're watching this on replay, hit that like button. Make sure you're subscribed to the FanSpeak Network. A little programming note, as you can see across the bottom there. When we hit 900, doesn't look like 1,000 is attainable before the season, but if we hit 900 subs by the Friday of Labor Day, we'll give you we will labor on Labor Day. We will give you a 9-hour live stream on Labor Day Monday. So, because then we're switching gears. So, you got best ball. Make sure you're subscribed here, bell on. We've got best ball shows pretty much every single day for the rest of the summer. And then as soon as Labor Day hits, hopefully we can give you guys a 9-hour stream at 900 subs. But then that Tuesday on, it's all in-season content. We're going to be doing sports betting content, DFS content, Battle Royale, Pick'ems. We'll have you covered every which way for in-season content. The content does not stop. Sean said, hit that like sub. We appreciate that. I'll get to chat in a minute. But yes, we will be then going through the notes here in a minute. So let me say hi to chat. Mike Rob's giving his biggest news and notes here. Steve completed 8 UD drafts from 7 days before. 1 drafters, 2 from the previous day. Not a good sign. Steve, I know you're in the slow streets. How's it going?
It's a grind. I have a couple hundred slows going.
Steve, Mike Robb has show note, has basically like Sean does preseason note. He has it for the whole FanSpeak staff. Very creative. That's why Mike Robb is our chat lord. Yes, I have not completed the Discord launch yet. That is on the list. And I have added 5 more things to the checklist. You are not wrong. Spread may unfortunately be having a quest for Shador Sanders as a draft pick. Andrew spent 4 hours to Bare Naked Ladies. And Bruni has had eventful week, so strap in, cut by a local pickleball team. So Mike Robbs never disappoints at all. We appreciate you, Tim. Awesome to see you, as always. Awesome to see you, and Lil Samo as well. So now let me bring over the show notes, or excuse me, the most recent of preseason notes. Let me see if I can get a. Nope, that's not what you guys want. I could promise you. Let me do that for right now. But Sean, this was your preseason, basically after the preseason, like Sunday's preseason games. But what from the preseason, which was Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, this was your preseason notes from Sunday. What was the biggest things that stood out to you preseason week 1?
Gosh, there was a lot.
There's so much. I know.
There was a lot, and of course, first and foremost, again, I want to make sure that everybody does understand that everything that happens in the preseason, it's 80% of it's probably going to change at some point during the season. It could be in week 1, it could be in week 14. So everything that we analyze, everything that we talk about, a lot of it you have to take with a grain of salt. But some of the most notable things that I saw in the first week of preseason was Brees Hall only getting 50% of the snaps. That was very, very alarming. The Isaiah Davis mixed in on third down. Obviously, Braylon Allen, which is a riser that's been going up the board a lot lately. He was getting in there, getting some carries. He's been getting highlighted. Even today, there was a video of him today, and the drum beat's just getting way up there. Other than that, I think the biggest things are, I know it's not for exactly the preseason, but Keenan Allen finally signed. Went back to the Chargers. How does that affect that, wide receiver room? Ladd McConkey, Trey Harris. Been a lot of stuff with Trey Harris in the news recently. He's having a little bit of struggles in camp, so that's kind of interesting. The whole Tate Bigsby, Travis Etienne.
That one is the brain is like a brain twister for sure.
That one is very, very interesting. And then obviously Kyle Mononga looked really good for the Bears. With the Roschon injury, that just kind of led him, foot in the door. And at this point, I think it's going to be pretty hard for Roschon to probably carve back into that running back 2 role. So kind of having to give up on that one, I feel like, with Roschon at the moment. We'll see whenever he comes back. But other than that, a couple of others, RJ Harvey getting basically all of the first team carries. J.K. Dobbins only coming in on third down. That was huge. Torrey Horton obviously looked great. Is now running with the ones all week.
Right.
MVS looks like he's a full second team player now. Other than that, Egbuka looked good again. Travion Henderson has been a big riser. Obviously, going to rise continually some more. A couple others was the Elijah Arroyo actually played, and he was behind A.J. Barner, who sat. So that was an interesting one, as we talked about him on the last show. And then Malik Washington for Miami looked really good with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle not playing.
Right. And now that you're doing, again, I have up just one example of what Sean's doing daily, but this was kind of the biggest preseason notes, 8-10. And, this is just, you're doing this daily with then the camp reports too. So it is so helpful. This is just one example, and Sean has his most recent one pinned daily. So again, you're going to want to be following that. But like you said, some of the examples you gave, some of it is like the usage in preseason, and is that tipping the hand of how they're going to be used, obviously, in the depth charts, because the depth charts are kind of fugazi that we see. Obviously, RJ Harvey being the biggest example, 5th on the depth chart, then plays with the starters. So, that's what's so important to pay attention to, is that usage in preseason. And that's why the Jacksonville running back room is just so tough. But then it's like, how did they look too? And you could, you add like your own flavor to this, but it is so helpful. So Steve, looking through Sean's notes from preseason here, from, recapping the first week of preseason, what was the biggest things that stood out to you? I mean, I'll just say Tajay Spears, he was one that I was worried I didn't have enough with the unfortunate high ankle sprain. Now I'm even taking Pollard more. So it's, of course, like you said, injuries and stuff too, as well, that we're keeping a, hawk eye on.
Yeah. I mean, I think the first one of the ones that Sean highlighted, I think the Broncos ended up being very interesting. Not just the Harvey and Dobbins news and split, but also the wide receivers, Mims being out there for every snap. It was Bailey and Franklin working in the slot. And then Bryant got very little bit, was more with the twos. So, I think that's very positive for, Mims shares, because the whole question mark with him was, is he going to lose a lot of these manufactured touches to Harvey, to Ingram? How's he going to do it on 40% snap share, 45% snap share? But now if he's out there all the time, he can still do it. So I think that's a positive. one I would mention is the Titans. Cam Ward, first overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
He had some ups and downs, but boy, him and Ridley look like a nice little combo. And I do think Pollard, with that new offensive line, I'm drafting a lot of him. I'm going ahead of ADP. I'm going to steam him up.
Yeah.
Big time. The other thing with the Jags, of course, the running back situation is a mess, but Travis Hunter playing with the ones, and all the fear that he's not going to. And look, it's going to be the most unique thing that we've ever seen for a fantasy asset. There's no question about that, because he did play with the twos on defense. He's going to play defense this year, but I just don't think they invested that draft pick to have him just on defense. And a couple others that I would point to that I found a little bit more interesting. This goes back more earlier, but of course the Anthony Richardson injury.
Yeah.
The interesting thing I found is all along it was going to be Richardson starts the first game, plays a lot, Daniel Jones comes in, and then vice versa in game 2. Well, it sounds like they're keeping that second part of that. Daniel Jones is starting.
I did see that. Yeah.
I don't know if they give Richardson a little bit more, but we'll see. I think that's a big one. And then the other one that I'm very interested in is the Bengals. We saw those starters. They played outside of Gesicki. The starters played and dominated, but we saw Chase Brown essentially had the whole role, just P. Ryan getting worked in a couple of plays. Taj Brooks played a lot. He's clearly the number 2, I feel like total back. I don't think if anything were to happen to Chase Brown, but we saw very good workload for Chase Brown. And I think that's extremely positive for his upside with just the potential in that offense. And one other thing I would mention is the Rashard White injury. Does that open the door for Sean Tucker? I will say, I thought White looked good before he got hurt. So, and I know they list that one as day to day. So that's just one that really bears watching.
Right. A couple other hellos to Chad, our guy, Cody off the Schneid. Programming note, obviously no Jeopardy night. You have a 1-week break from Jeopardy. Then we'll be back next Wednesday. Cody versus Candyman next Wednesday night, 9:30. And then the other semifinals and hopefully finals will be the following week. So a little programming note there. We got our guy, Thad, hashtag quarterbacks matter. And Mike Robbins spread down bad about Shador Sanders. And we got our guy, Jamie. Good, always good to see you. We're getting this Scataboo down train from oh my God, good to see you in chat. You do have a Scataboo crew on here for sure. Do we have any? It's pretty much been day to day still there, and he's still not practicing. I did see on Twitch, he said he's healing. That's just me searching Scataboo in the search bar of Twitter. So that's alarming that I'm doing that. Yeah. But Sean, is there any other inside information from you digging the news on Scataboo? He's all of our guy. We're all been in on him.
I know. There hasn't been much said. They're just basically saying that he's not practicing. He's on the sideline. He's there, obviously, but it is concerning. He's missing meaningful reps. But at the same time, the circumstances really still haven't changed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's where Steve and I stand. Yeah.
And he's even fallen a little bit. So the circumstances, I feel like, as I mentioned, have not changed because there's only still one guy in front of him. It's not like he's going to get leaped by Devin Singletary. So the fact is as long as he comes back, it gets going again. That was the point that I tried to make on Twitter was like, hey, he was literally just starting to work with the ones right before he got injured.
Right, the timing.
It was, then they had, like we talked about last time, then we have the big, the long interview with the beat reporter where it's always been Tracy's job. Well, that wasn't being said before, the injury. Yeah. It's funny how that stuff kind of works. And, after the fact, but our hopes are still high. We're not going anywhere. So
we're not going anywhere. Mike Robb says we're all scatahose. Meg, say it loud and proud. Scatabros, scatahose. We're Team Scatabo, and that hasn't changed. I think for any of the three of us, for sure. Go ahead.
The one thing I will say about the Giants' offense is, I think between Russ and if Dart gets worked in there, the offense should be better this year. I mean, they both look good. The offensive line, I thought, blocked pretty well in the preseason. And then, the other Giants news that, not a lot of people were talking about is where's Malik Neighbors? He has not been practicing a lot.
Yeah, no, that toe thing does make me nervous because I'm so in on Malik Neighbors and have been all year. So I know that's been like a chronic toe issue since college or whatever. So we got our guy Fancy Dog. Hit the like button. Reminder to all, hit the like button. He's the 14th like, but appreciate you, Fancy Dog. And yes, hit that like button as you're coming in. All right, now let's go to the same questions we had from last week. I'm going to run it back to then round the horn, react to the training camp since last week, and of course preseason week 1. So Sean, which players are you now pumping the brakes on with the news?
So I know Puka's falling. Obviously, we have the concerns.
Stafford.
I've really stopped taking a lot of Devontae Adams. It's more of the fact that those I've had 2 back surgeries. Their back pain is the worst.
Mm-hmm.
Like I get it that he's getting the most best treatment he can get, but Stafford being out. The good thing is he's not a guy you have to worry about so much, considering he's such a veteran in the game. He knows the offense already.
Right.
The reps that he's losing are not as meaningful. But there's still he had to work out Saturday, threw the ball 60 plus times.
Yeah.
It's like, and then now he hasn't practiced 2 days in a row. It's kind of like, okay, did he re-aggravate it? Like. So I'm kind of pumping the brakes a little bit there on the Puka Adams. I think I'm just I've got a lot. I mean, I already do.
Right.
So I feel like I'm not just gonna pile on anymore.
Right.
Ladd McConkey, I think his price a little too high right now still with Keenan Allen. He's not really seeing the drop that I feel like he probably should see. Before Keenan Allen signed, he was going in the 18 to 20 range. He's still kind of going in that range. I know he came back to practice. He looks to be healthy-ish again. But I still think he's just, at this point now, I think he's just a little overpriced with Keenan Allen going to be taking some of those slot snaps. I feel like, they might push Ladd out and put him out wide now and make him, so put him in spots where he might not get as many of those manufactured targets that Keenan Allen is known for. So I think Ladd McConkey is one that I'm definitely. Breece Hall, as I've already talked about, definitely. Which I was not exactly in on Breece.
Right.
I was mixing him in, whenever he would fall a little bit into the 40s. Yeah, right. I'm not touching Breece Hall anymore at all. Kenneth Walker is an interesting one. I had a post kind of blow up yesterday on that. Everybody kind of knows my stance now, I guess, and that's I am big on Charbs. I've taken a lot of Charbonnet, and. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the contingent value there is massive. Jaden Reed with the walking boot issue kind of stopped taking, which I was already kind of transitioning into taking more Matthew Golden as we've gotten to the camp hype. He's been on every camp report for them. He's just absolutely a stud. So I've been trying to get a lot of him. Think Bigsby, obviously, and kind of slowing down. Now kind of taking that Tootin fall that we've been getting. However, that's probably about to stop with this 50-yard run in the practice yesterday. But I'm definitely pumping the brakes there. David Njoku, I think, is one that I've kind of slowed on to. Seeing Harold Fannin Jr., he's running with the ones a lot. They're running, the 12 personnel, running both tight ends. I've saw David Njoku have some drops here in camp lately, and I'm just like, he was a tight end that I was just every draft I could, I was clicking. So kind of pumping the brakes on him a little bit. Trey Harris, obviously, in the same kind of stance as Ladd. Right. Ray Davis. Now that James Cook signed today, feel like even though I'm not exactly pumping because I've already got a ton of Ray, I've already taken Ray Davis. I'm just going to slow down a little bit on that one, and then obviously Elijah Arroyo, like I already talked about. Those were kind of the ones that I had written down to highlight.
Yeah, and August obviously is a month of balancing your exposures. We use, of course, Best Ball Overlay code FANSPEAK for 25% off, but it helps you balance your exposures and figure out your combos and everything. And like you said, there's certain guys that we were taking a lot of that's like, okay, now's an appropriate time to obviously pump the brakes. And then there's guys that were just pumping the brakes because it just doesn't sound as good for the various reasons you mentioned. I will say a couple of the guys you mentioned, they were guys I didn't have much of. Njoku, Breece Hall, I was only taking them with falls, that kind of stuff, mainly because of the teams they play on. But I have to say, and I think about this with maybe one of the Jacksonville backs too, like I just wonder, are there these guys that could get traded that seem like they're in like a totally terrible situation, but then come trade deadline, they get put on a playoff team or something like that? That just does run through the back of my head, is like, oh, is it like the correct fade based on the team they're on? But do you guys have any reaction to that? Because I definitely don't have much of Breece Hall or Njoku, guys you mentioned.
I mean, I think of those, Hall would be the one that could just really bolster, because I feel like it's easier for a running back to transition to a new team. We saw with the receivers last year, whether it's Hopkins, Cooper, etc. I think Deontay Johnson was his own issues, but they, none of them really panned out, and very few like wide receivers who've been traded, just because it's tough. You need to work on timing with the quarterback and that would apply to Njoku. But if it's before the season starts, like sometime in the next couple of weeks, some other starting team tight end goes down and they trade for Njoku, the situation could go real nice, real quick. I'm kind of, I think it is concerning, like Sean mentioned, those situations, just especially for the price that we pay, because it's opportunity cost. I mean, Breece Hall was going higher than James Cook. James Cook's on the best offense in the league. Breece Hall is not. And so if he's not getting the full role, there's no chance that he's going to outscore like a James Cook or even some of those other running backs and receivers in that area. And same with Njoku, like that's right around the rookie tight ends. That's right around Kraft. That's right around, Mark Andrews is just a little bit more expensive, and Evan Ingram, who, Broncos were a top 10 offense last year. So if the Browns are expected to be a bottom tier offense, as Vegas expects them, and Fannin starts working in a bit more, then not a lot of room for him to pay off.
Right. What about you, Sean? Breece Hall is probably the one that makes me the most nervous. Like, oh my gosh, if like the Cowboys traded for him or something like that, or I don't know, that's the one that makes me nervous. Like if he instantly got into a good situation, that could burn me. But because I don't have much Breece Hall at all for the reasons you guys just laid out.
Yeah, and in that same vein, it's like ETN. There's been rumors that he could get potentially traded to the Cowboys. So, either one of those two guys, if they get traded to the Cowboys, just instantly go into one of the best situations that you can be in, other than like landing with the Chargers or something, who are just so run heavy. But the Cowboys have a great O-line, and that's, we saw what Rico did behind that, O-line last year to end the stretch. So, anybody that winds up there, gets traded there, for whatever reason, is their stock's automatically going to go up. So it's tough.
Yeah. Steve, same question to you. Who, based on Sean's news and notes and watching preseason week 1, who are you really pumping the brakes on?
I think, Sean was right on a lot of those that I either already was or definitely am now. I think for me, it's tough watching both Saints starting quarterbacks in that preseason game.
Yeah.
And feeling good about Chris Olave, even Shaheed a little bit. Obviously he's much less expensive. I think Kamara could just get a ton of dump offs. Particularly if it's Tyler Shock. He did that pretty much every other play. So that one, just that situation is not great. But I think a couple other things that stood out to me were the note yesterday about Darnell Mooney, because I had been still taking the fall. He's a guy who was going 85-ish, and then he was down to 95, 100, and I was still taking that. And then there's this report, we hope he can play at some point this year or something like that. Not good.
I hope it was just phrasing. Just phrasing, because
now I'm avoiding him right now.
Yeah, I know. By the way, Mike Robb in chat, he jokes that, we do a lot of rankings updates. We just did a rankings update yesterday. We'll probably do another midweek one here, because, you do get these kind of notes that are in Sean's Camp Report notes daily, or quotes that do sound like, ooh, I had a little more optimism. And now I maybe don't as much. Anybody else, Steve, before I go to the next question?
Well, something Sean mentioned earlier, the Kyle Manon guy, Roshan has been a little banged
Roshan's
up
one
also,
I'll pump the brakes on too.
I had been taking a lot of Roshan, and now I'm not. He is falling, so I do think it's still viable to mix him in when he falls, but that's just been a tough click.
Let me get to chat real quick, and I'll get to my next question. But yeah, I've pumped the brakes on Roshan and now taking some Monangai, but that'll be next question. Couple quick questions. Do you guys have faith Steichen can put together a top offense? I do have faith that he'll use Tyler Warren creatively, so I definitely want more Tyler Warren. What is both of your guys' faith in Shane Steichen's offense, considering his quarterback options aren't awesome?
I think whoever it is obviously going to have to help the run game. They're going to have to rely on Jonathan Taylor. You know, he was getting 20-plus carries there to end the season, had some really big games. Obviously, AR did start a couple of those. I don't know. You know, I'm kind of on the fence on that situation. You know, AR was stacking some really good days. We didn't really hear a lot for Daniel Jones. And then, obviously, we saw the pinky injury. We don't know. You know, it's all going to really come down to these final couple of preseason games. I feel like whoever kind of comes out and emerges is going to be the starter. And then, as we said last time, like whoever starts likely probably won't start all 17 games or whatever. Do I think that Steichen can get them into – I mean, for one, we got to think of it, you know, last year everybody wanted to play every offense against the Colts because they ran so many plays every game.
Yeah.
So wanting to be in on that offense is partly due to the fact that they do want to run a lot of plays. So you kind of got to think about that in that sense. But, you know, Daniel Jones can push the ball a little bit down. I do think that he brings that other element where he can also rush. He opens up the lanes a little bit. And then on the other side with AR, he has a little bit more of accuracy issues. Obviously with the, you know, we saw the sack that he took that broke his pinky. He just totally didn't even see that, you know, that check. There was a whole video on it that was done that was like, never saw it, you know. And obviously, being a second-year guy, those are the mistakes that are going to get you put back on the bench. So that's not a good thing for AR. I'll say that. To be able to think that they can put up good numbers as an offense, I'm not sure it actually points on the board. But I think fantasy-wise, I think they'll still come in around average.
Right. How about you, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. I think they also did lose 2 offensive linemen this year, so that could be key. Though they had been drafting a lot of mid-round offensive linemen in the last couple of years, so hopefully that pans out. But they have so much offensive talent. I mean, Jonathan Taylor is one of the best running backs in the league. You know, Pittman, Downs, Pierce, and A.D. Mitchell, all second or third round picks. Now Tyler Warren, a first-round tight end. The skill position talent is honestly insane on that team. Very few teams can even come close to matching that. So they just need a quarterback to be even below average. You know, that just can't be what it was last year, where it was horrendously below average.
Right. Yeah, we got our guy Hartman in here. Good to see you, Mike Robb, giving us a compliment on our hair, Steve. Impactful trades in NFL are as rare bad hair day for the Schaubs. Love it. We got our guy Eddie in here, Stag, and Steve will love this. He's a James Cook truther. James Cook to the moon. Obviously, that was the big news today. Did Vegas watch Shador this weekend? Again, good to see you, Fantasy Dog. Mr. Grapefruit, are we bumping up Cedric Tillman and Njoku? We just talked about Njoku with the Fannin, you know, running a lot of, you know, getting a lot of action too. I think Steve and I were both ahead of the market on Tillman already. So not really making moves there, and kind of around the market with Njoku. And everybody is getting hurt. That's what's hard when you're trying to move rankings and move guys down. You're like, well, who am I moving up? Like it's just like everybody's getting hurt, or, you know, rankings feel tough this year for sure. And got our guy disbanded in here. All right. Next question for you guys. So that was the players you're pumping the brakes on. Which players would we be drafting more? I watched part of that Chicago game and I was like, wow, like that, it was kind of fun to watch Monangai run. And I am now drafting a little more Monangai and popping the brakes on Roshan, who are guys like that, Sean, that after watching preseason or these notes that you have daily, that you're like, okay, I absolutely need to start drafting more with this recent news.
One that I don't think a lot of people paid attention to was Blake Corum. Come out, you know, started as RB2, scored 2 touchdowns against Dallas. You know, Jarquez Hunter didn't even get in until after Ronnie Rivers. You know, I kind of made a post about that, and everybody, you know, it's always funny because you can kind of tell who's bag defending and, you know, who has a lot of a bag. But the fact of the matter is that's the way it played out. Like, I'm only reporting what happened in the game. Like, this is not my, you know, objective opinion on what happened. This is what happened. So yeah, I mean, Blake Corum obviously we thought the same thing with him last year. Like they took Blake Corum early in the draft. Oh, Blake Corum's going to take over for Kyron. And then now, obviously, that's happening again with Jarquez Hunter. But the same thing is Blake Corum's still there. So it was interesting to kind of see him come out, run hard, look good. I still think he's the RB2. I think Hunter is even further down the list than we thought. Hate to say that. I know everybody, don't get me wrong, Jarquez Hunter is a very good talent. They really talked him up in the draft room. I get it. But yeah, Corum looked really good. Let's see here. Woody Barks was one that has been getting a lot of good stuff that I've kind of started adding him in late. Obviously, Romeo Dobbs was one that I was already kind of taking a lot. Because where he goes in the draft, he's essentially free. You can get him as like your wide receiver 6, wide receiver 7. That whole wide receiver room has dealt with injuries. So, and he was too, but obviously he's good to go. Saw that today. Yeah, nothing wrong with him. So Will's up.
Thank goodness, I have plenty of him. Yes.
Yeah. Omarion Hampton, obviously he didn't look great, obviously in that first game. Didn't play in the second preseason game that we had on Sunday. But nonetheless, I know he's already moved up, but I'm buying. The Najee Harris situation is not getting any better. He's actually starting to jog now, which is good and great and all. But we still don't know when this guy could actually play in a game. Like that could still be 6 months down the road. It seems like I don't know. He hasn't put the pads on. He hasn't even gotten into individual drills. We don't know. Like, we just don't. This could be Omarion Hampton, even though we got the Greg Roman, there's going to be a rotation of backs, either or. Yeah, that could happen, and you could be getting an 18 carry to 5 carry type of split like we saw a lot with the Gus Edwards, J.K. Dobbins last year. Sure, Greg Roman's going to use another back. Most teams do. That's not going to change much. RJ Harvey, I'm definitely buying into the RJ Harvey hype. Feel like he's definitely going to be utilized more than, kind of like what we thought initially, but now after seeing the first preseason game and the way they're kind of using J.K. Dobbins as more of a third down back, makes me really want to get in a lot more RJ Harvey where his price, because he's not going up. Like his price is not raised any after that. And a lot of people say, it's preseason, we don't have to worry about that, whatever. Well, yeah, that's something I think is pretty impactful. He played every snap with the first down team, took all the first team carries. To me, that's pretty significant. Tootin, like I said already, is one that I'm kind of taking. Marvin Mims, as Steve mentioned, played 16 of the 19 snaps. That was the biggest concern, like Steve said, is he going to only get those manufactured snaps in? Well, looks like now he's the wide receiver 2. He's out there. He was out there for the whole first team with Bo Nix. So, yeah, I definitely want to get some more of him. Tony Pollard, as Meg mentioned, with the Tajay Spears thing. So, Travion Henderson, I think everybody already knows. But his price is probably about to get to be where it's just going to be a total fade. So.
That's what's so hard on the Travion Henderson is I was kind of looking at him like, this is going to be a split. He's more the third down back. He's exciting. And I have a ton of him in pre-draft, so that's great. But now it's like I can't keep up with his price. And I remember this every preseason, every August we go through this. And it's like you cannot keep up with the guys rising. Like they rise so far. And then some of them, like 2 years ago, you should have just kept buying Puka and Kyron or whoever was rising because they were rising for a good reason. And then some, it's like, it's getting a little out of control with that one. With some of these, I don't know, but like there are a lot of these rookies rising. JCM, Braylon Allen for good reason. Braylon Allen's definitely one I'm buying more of. Henderson for good reason too, but it's like, gosh, it is hard. And he's like, what, end of 4th round, early 5th round now?
Yeah. And probably going higher. Yeah.
And Sean today of Ramondre getting banged up in the game, that's only going to help. Rise.
Wait, what was Ramondre? It was just something.
It was an undisclosed injury, but he said that he's not practicing this week.
So God,
that's not a good look. They didn't say exactly what the injury was, but yeah, it was reported that he's definitely not practicing and likely maybe not for this week. So that's tough. That's very tough from somebody who drafted a lot of Ramondre.
Same, because I really only play on Underdog. So on, touchdown hunting, I'm like, all right, I'm going to draft more Ramondre. I thought I was being sharp here. And now I'm like, shit, this is.
Yeah. And hopefully it's nothing major. Yeah. Hopefully they're just holding him out to give him the proper rest that he needs. It's essentially hopefully just like a lot of these other ones that, we're just hoping it's not just a major high ankle or, something like that that's going to keep him out for multiple weeks.
Right. So yeah, obviously that's one to watch. And I do want to make sure I have some Travion Henderson. And again, I had a lot pre-draft, just because I, from Steve's obviously pre-draft reports, loved him as a prospect, have a lot pre-draft, but I do probably still need more, even though the price is now way, way up. Steve, same question to you. Reverse of the last one. Who are you not pumping the brakes on? Who are you, all gas trying to get more of based on what's happened in week one?
I want to get more of the Carolina pieces. I really like what I saw from the first team offense, not named Xavier Legette. And also because he didn't stay in the game with the first team offense.
Whoops. Yeah.
But no, I mean, T-Mac looked good. I know he could have had a touchdown, but I thought Bryce Young, looked good. I think it was promising seeing Jatavian Sanders out there full go.
Yep.
Hubbard looked fine, but Dowdle is the one who is now worked in, and I think, and Sean's been on Dowdle for quite some time. And yeah, so that's one I'm chasing up. Coker's another one I'm chasing up.
Yeah.
I think Thielman's still fine where he's going because he keeps falling. But no, I think this Panthers offense, the year 2 with Canales and another year with Bryce Young, it could be fun. It could be a pretty solid unit. And I also think their defense is really bad. So
that's the big thing right
there. Yeah. We know that from Bengals last year. That is absolutely just fantasy goodness when you got the bad defense and then offense that can cook. So yeah, no, absolutely. I agree. Anything else, Steve, of guys that you're hitting the gas on?
I've always been in on some of these guys, but it's also because of the injuries in that same range, including like Mooney and stuff like that. But like, I'm really pumping up like Downs and Higgins, Jaden Higgins, that is, because one, you need to find receivers in that range who are not injured. Yeah. And Higgins was out there with the starters, but he left pretty quick, or he was out there with most of the Texan starters didn't play, but he left very quickly. It's clear. All reports are he's like the number 2. Mm-hmm. So I'm really excited for him. And so I want to just get ahead of the field on that. Trying to think, like Sean said, the Broncos pieces, Harvey and Mims.
Yeah.
Really, really trying to get a lot on. And then I will say, I really like what I saw from Drake May. So I'm just going to keep buying that.
Well, he's my highest owned by a lot, and I am going to keep the foot on the gas there. I want to go to a comment from our guy Cody off the Schneid, concerned about the Mooney. Actually broke his collarbone. The shitty thing is these teams don't have to disclose anything till week 1. The 53-man roster cut down will be telling. However, yeah, you do get nightmares from the CMC issue last year, where what was the first game and we were like, wait, what's going on? Here we think, and so it does go from like, is this just like bad phrasing to is something really bad behind the scenes. So yeah, we'll be doing another rankings update, and I know Mooney will be going definitely down our rankings even further. So look for another ranking. Mike Robb and everybody who has our Substack probably by tomorrow evening. But yeah, that is a tough one because we have seen that before, and he said that could apply for Najee as well. Mm-hmm. August 26th will be a very telling day for Mooney, Najee, and those guys that have health concerns for sure. So yeah, I think we covered some of the other questions in here. Mike Robb has 17% quorum. He is one that I didn't, and I do want to pump the brakes a little on Jarquez Hunter and get some quorum. So good for Mike Robb. Love the 17% suckers. That's hysterical. And yes, I am into Braylon Allen season for sure. And then we got our guy, Pat, Fantasy Dog Pound. Good to see you, Pat. In here as well. Okay, a couple more questions. So you kind of alluded to this on a player or two, Sean, but which drum beats are you following that others don't seem to be, like they're not getting steamed up enough and they should be steamed up more?
The first one that I had, and I think is really interesting because I've seen a lot of smart folks on him, and I've seen some that think that he's the worst player in the league. It's Wan'Dale Robinson.
Okay.
I've been taking him around that Pop Douglas area where everybody's taking Pop Douglas. I'm pivoting to Wan'Dale now.
Okay.
he was on the field the whole time, with the starters. I know that Malik Neighbors is out. I get that. But he was already, the projected slot as it was. I feel like with Russ, he could easily be that one read target. Obviously, the short game, running the small slants. We saw what he did last year. He was very reliable, and I just feel like he's essentially free where he goes. So he's definitely one that I'm kind of hammering down right now, wanting to get as much as I can where his price is. The thing is I don't think he's going to move, but I do think he has a very valuable price tag, and I want to have a lot of them. Other than that, Dommy Brown is another one that I've just banged the drum on, and I still can't change anybody's mind that's not already on him. I've tried. People just either don't like him or they're not watching everything that we see, every camp report I see, because I follow a few Jag beats, and it's like every time you see the 11-11 that they're tweeting out, it's like incomplete or completion to Brown, or he's in a lot. He's playing a lot. He is listed as a starter alongside BTJ and Travis Hunter. He's going to play a lot. He's going to play a ton. So definitely wanting to get my shares on him. I was big on Troy Franklin, as Steve mentioned that he was mixing in the slot. He actually had the first target of the game from Bo Nix in the preseason game. I've got 23% of him pre-draft. I was already kind of heavy on him. That was before they drafted Pat Bryant, obviously. But kind of like we said, like Pat Bryant was playing with the twos. Troy Franklin is a guy that I'm taking again in round 18. Another guy in that same kind of realm was Jalen Naylor for Minnesota. He's the clear three. They said it. He was the one in with Jordan Addison. Justin Jefferson's not playing. So he's another one that I took a lot pre-draft that I've been kind of mixing back in. Harold Fannin, like I mentioned earlier, he's a guy that now that I feel like he's probably going to get a lot of action this year. And we saw what he did in college. The guy was great at Bowling Green, natural hands, big body. Guy's really athletic, freakishly athletic. So I'm taking a lot of him in round 18. Kevontae Turpin is one that we kind of feel like we've solidified as a possible slot, wide receiver 3 there in Dallas. Obviously, with that offense, that's going to throw a lot. We want to have those pieces. He's a guy that also can break off a home run ball at any time. So Kevontae Turpin is definitely one that I'm mixing in. Sean Tucker, as we talked about already. Elijah Mitchell, he's been kind of my guy too over the whole summer. And Kareem Hunt got banged up a little bit today. Was working on the side.
Yeah,
it's been Elijah Mitchell in after Kareem Hunt as far as the camp has gone. I want a lot. I want a lot. I think he's still got juice. He's only 25. I mean, every time I mention Elijah Mitchell, I get 5 comments. Oh, he's glass. He's never going to stay healthy. Well, he's healthy right now, and that's the way you got to play it. So they talked about getting him as they kind of wanted that Jerick McKinnon role. I feel like he could easily fit that role. So I feel like that's a very, very important role for Kansas City. So, I know Brashard Smith is mixing in, playing a lot. They're splitting him out wide a lot. They're putting him in the run game, kind of like Travion Henderson. But I think Elijah Mitchell could do both. I think he could easily get a lot of carries, and he could still do, out of the field, backfield pass catching. So let's see. The other one that I had here was Cade Stover, tight end for Houston. The GM had really big coach speak to say, said he's been the best look of their whole offseason right now. Brevin Jordan out for the year. Yeah. He was mixing in a little bit there in that tight end rotation. I feel like the door is wide open right with Schultz now. If they run 12s, he's going to be the other one in. Dalton Schultz is actually – I know. Everybody hates Elijah Mitchell. Everybody hates him. Everybody hates Elijah. That's fine. But he's interesting. And then Malik Washington, as we talked about earlier, was another one that I've been trying to get a lot more of for Miami. Obviously, we know the situation with Tyreek Hill. Jalen Waddle already having trouble staying healthy. One that I thought was interesting, which I have not taken, but I forgot to mention it during kind of the preseason notes, but I don't know if you guys saw it, but Michael Wilson was not the wide receiver 3. It was Zay Jones.
Yeah.
So that one was an interesting thing because I was heavy.
Yeah.
I was heavy into Zay Jones last year, and then he just totally never saw the field.
Yeah.
But now he starts out in the preseason game as a wide receiver 2. So it's like, okay. So he's one that I think was interesting, but he was the last one that I kind of had that I wanted to make sure and throw out there for the preseason notes.
All right. I like that list, Steve. And you got definitely some people agreeing with you, different things, turpentine in chat. But Steve, who is your list of, it doesn't seem like there is a drumbeat and there is some good either camp reports or coach speak or something, but the price isn't moving up. So you still want to grab more of it.
So this guy moved up already, but he's kind of been flatlined since lately. And I'm just kind of shocked, particularly with how preseason one game went, and that's Jerome Ford. He's probably starting, and the news is not looking good for Judkins. I think Sampson is a good talent and will mix in there, and it will be a 1-2 punch. But Ford is kind of staying in the 160-ish range. Like I'm okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
A couple wide receivers who I think are also benefiting from injuries. Ray McLeod, he's not really moved up even with the Mooney fall. And this might not be a profitable position, but with Lazard getting banged up, Josh Reynolds is pretty much, I think, the lock for the number 2 now in New York. So that's at least something. And then one of my guys, Tyler Lockett, he was clearly out there in the slot, and I think the slot could be a good role for him as he transitions to the final years of his career. In that offense. It's also, we've seen that in that offense, Tyler Boyd had a lot of good years in the slot from the Cincy days when Callahan was there under Zach Taylor. But one that they didn't play in the preseason, but Pat Freiermuth is still basically free in the 18th round.
I had him on the list.
Donald Smith is not practicing. This is a team that doesn't have a clear number 2 receiver, and Arthur Smith has a history of utilizing 2 tight ends. So I think Pat Freiermuth is a great 18th round pick. And,
I agree.
And
it blows my mind that he goes undrafted and is available in the 18th round almost every time. So
and even the reports from reporters are they're going to utilize both tight ends. There was one report saying Freiermuth could be tight end 1 on this team.
That's true.
So.
Oh, I'm going to have so much Freiermuth. I was already taking him, and then now that
me too, yeah.
Free, it's like, okay, well, if it doesn't work, it's not going to hurt me, So it would probably be one of my highest owned. For sure.
And Meg, I knew you were high on Aaron Rodgers, already. So once he did sign, which I would say I was taking very small amounts. But that back stack there was just way too easy because you can still get Calvin Austin. You can still get Roman Wilson and Freiermuth. Like you could have a double stack easily, and you could only spend your 16, 17, 18 pick. So too easy.
Thank you for giving me a segue that I just wrote an article on Substack. My 5 favorite late round stacks that you can, if you want to tack on a third quarterback, it's easy. Because there's 5 guys, Bryce Young being one of them, Cam Ward being one of them, Sam Darnold, who we didn't really talk about specifically, but Aaron Rodgers being one of them, with potentially, like a Roman Wilson, but Pat Freiermuth. But Pat Freiermuth is free. And I think we're going to look back and think that that's just, sometimes we just double count things or overthink it way, way too much. So absolutely. Steve, anybody else on your list?
This and we might start to see a reaction to it just because of injury and everything. But Ollie Gordon, 18th round running back. Obviously, Madison gets hurt. Jalen Wright didn't. I don't know if it's all Wright's fault because the offensive line looked terrible, but he got stuffed multiple times inside the one.
Yeah.
So Gordon came in and he was playing late, but he looked better. So I think it's just somebody to mix in somebody else. We know ideally Mike McDaniel wants a second back to function in that offense. We saw it 2 years ago with Raheem Mostert. It's just a matter if anyone else can do it.
Yeah. Well, Steve, you took my biggest one was Freiermuth. We talked about him earlier. It doesn't seem like Monangai, a lot of the other rookie running backs are getting steam up, but it doesn't seem, I'm still usually able, if I want Monangai on 17th, 18th, he still seems to be available. So I'm taking, pumping the brakes on Roshan and interested in Kyle Monangai. And then my last one is the mentioned Roman Wilson. Steve's laughs at me. I had a big bag of him last year. He's had good, speak from the whole offseason of the GM, coaches. Now Aaron Rodgers, yes, it's like, he needs to get out of his own head, not worry about what I think, play loose kind of deal. but it has been good. And I don't know if I'm just following like a Roman Wilson fan of one of the Steeler beat reporters, but one of the Steeler reporters seems to feel like he's had a very, very strong camp. A lot of good, when he's talking about like the 11 on 11s, like another touchdown to Roman Wilson, another great pass or catch from Roman Wilson. So I think he's one that hasn't moved up at all. He is always available, basically 18th rounder free as well. So I know we don't want to go all in on the Steelers passing offense, but when it's basically free, a lot of these people were mentioning are the whole question is they haven't moved up. So, obviously a lot of these guys are 17th, 18th rounders. So they're definitely worth shots. So I liked your guys' list. I have one more question for you, but I have to get to the great Mike Robb. Based on some of his sources, can Fanspeak confirm that I think he made up a middle name for Justin. Justin Enrique Bruni has asked for a week off so he could catch up on Love Island. I swear Justin didn't ask for a week off. They were on Monday night. They did their live BBM draft, and we just couldn't get Jeopardy scheduled this week, but it'll be back next week, next Wednesday, 9:30. Bruni will be back as the Alec Trebek of best ball, but absolutely hysterical here. And then Tim, talking about our rankings again, another ranking update probably tomorrow, but you guys have been crushing rankings this summer. It's been a great experience using, and that's what we love to hear. And again, if you haven't checked it out yet, it is a year-round subscription, $34.99 for the entire year. And so it was just best ball, but guess what? We're going to be adding DFS and sports betting to it. So lucky you if you're already subscribed, and I would suggest you subscribe because you're not just getting best ball content, you'll be getting year-round content from us. Let me see if I have anything else in chat, and then I'll get to any other last questions here. Some Freiermuth talk, thoughts on Malik Washington reports. I know you mentioned him, Sean, that you are in on Malik Washington. He's someone that I've moved up and need to move up a little bit more. Any other thoughts on him?
Well, somebody put it really well. I think that he could potentially be the biggest winner of the Jonnu Smith trade. Darren Waller, we don't really know what that bag is going to be like. He's still not ready to play. He's not getting in any joint practice work. He's not practicing. And we saw, I think the first 3 targets all went to Malik Washington, from Tua in the first, I do think that he has a lot of value. I was in on Westbrook Akina too. Was taking a lot of him pre-draft. Now I've definitely rotated off and am taking a lot more Malik Washington. I feel like Washington has a lot more juice. I know Akine caught a lot of touchdowns last year, but I think Washington has a lot more juice.
Yeah, no, he's someone that I need to take more of here. August always stresses me out. It's like I get so excited, for the start of the NFL season and wrapping up, but it's like it's like that last push of like, oh my God, did I not get enough of this guy? Balancing exposures, balancing the combos. Yes, the FOMO. Yes, absolutely. Massive FOMO. Okay, so last question for you guys in talking, of course, about preseason week 1, the training camp reports that Sean's cranking out daily. Again, check out Sean's Twitter. It's a go-to follow. He pins his most recent tweet, makes it really easy. But biggest stories that you're obviously keeping an eye on. Some are going to be obviously the injuries. But Sean, are there any other storylines that we haven't covered or any of the specific injuries that you are just keeping extra close attention to this coming week?
Yeah, I'm really watching the Najee Harris thing. Kamani Vidal played as a running back too, both preseason games, looked really good. If the fact that Najee doesn't come back, or Kamani Vidal could become a very valuable back in that being not only just contention, but I feel like he's going to get work. As we already heard from Greg Roman, he's going to play 2 backs.
Right.
I think right now Kamani Vidal is in the driver's seat for that running back 2 spot. So I'm starting to mix him in. I feel like I was very heavy on him last year, maybe a year or 2 early. I feel like he could have some nice value. The Chiefs wide receiver situation, Hollywood can't stay healthy. If Rice is indeed suspended for the 4 to 6 games, one of those wide receivers, whether it be Jalen Royals, Tyquan Thornton, one of those guys is going to have immense value and probably could be a really good weekly, eliminator play. Because one of them guys is going to play a lot in the first few games, I feel like, especially if Hollywood can't get back to form. That's one that I'm kind of watching pretty heavily. The Dallas backfield, very interesting. Obviously, that's one we've talked about already kind of extensively. The San Francisco running back 2 spot. we've had that kind of carousel now, and you know, even the people that they're signing are getting hurt, and it's kind of like, so who's going to be the second running back here for? And obviously, as we all know, you want to be in on San Francisco running back too, for all the main evident reasons with CMC. So yeah, that one is definitely an interesting one. I know Steve brought it up, the Miami running back situation. They did go out and sign 2 more backs. They're not big names like a Shampkin, and you know, they signed another guy. They had Jamal Williams in there. I thought that was really interesting. I think if he did sign, that would have brought a lot more talk about that backfield. You know, Ollie Gordon should get the first crack behind Jalen Wright. I do feel like Jalen Wright's still the running back too, but he definitely could carve out some kind of a goal line role that Madison was starting to carve out there for himself. Other than that, the New York Jet, Arian Smith, the rookie, has had a really good camp, had a really good day-to-day. It was in the notes, and yeah, I think him and Reynolds could be battling for that 2 spot. I do think Reynolds is ahead right now, but Arian Smith is chomping on his heels, I think. So those are a few of the situations I'm really keeping my eye on.
Yeah, and some of these keeping our eye on 17th, 18th round that haven't moved up yet. These are good clicks to consider as more time box tournaments come up, or even in BBM that are just going to be low-owned BBM shots in the 18th round. Or again, in a time box tournament, if they're going undrafted a lot, that means in a time box contest, they're probably going to be really low-owned in that contest. I was able to hit on, I think, like 8 Sam Darnold time box contests last year, and this was a lot were before the JJ McCarthy injury, and you know, that's pretty cool. I mean, none of them went to the finals in those ones, but I got a lot of them to the playoffs and stuff. So you know, that's fun to get those low owned time box tournaments. So these are guys to definitely keep in mind for that as well. Steve, what same question? What stories are you focusing on the most as we look into this next week and preseason week 2?
I think one of the biggest ones is the Packers situation between Jordan Love and the receivers not named Golden. It does sound like Dobbs is back, and that's good.
Thank
but
God. Yeah,
you know, the Reed prognosis I think is interesting. And then another somewhat injury situation. Well, I think the Colts one will play out in the preseason with the quarterbacks, but I'm very concerned. There was one weird report about Godwin starting the season on the PUP. I'd love to get some confirmation on that one way or the other. It seemed to be like a singular report and not anything like a drumbeat, because I do think that changes the math quite a bit. You know, if you were to start on the PUP versus just, you know, miss the first game.
Right.
And then finally with the Bucks, the Rashard White injury, like, is it day to day? You know, like Schneid was saying, like these reports are so crazy. But because I mean, we've heard like Scadaboo's day to day, but you know, what does that mean? So, because you know, that I think is a very viable role, the RB2 in Tampa, and if it's White, I want it. If it's not going to be White, then I want Tucker.
Right. Yeah. Right. Absolutely. Well, Sean, we're going to, just like we did last week, stay for a draft. Do you want to stay with us?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, awesome. Steve will be pulling over Underdog and programming note. Then at 8:00 Eastern, Steve and Andrew will be on together. They're typical lineup legends that they typically do before or after Jeopardy. They'll be drafting Underdog drafts together. So what do you wanted to do? What draft did you want to
do a BBM?
Yeah, I'm game for that.
Let's go for it. Yeah, let's use this notes to get a BBM finals team here.
So for those in chat, I'm going to enter a BBM.
They like the notes, but the moment we've been waiting for. If anybody wants to join us in BBM,
entering in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, enter. All right, so plenty of room.
Let's say how many were we waiting on?
Waiting on 7. Well, now 5. People are coming in.
Okay.
So
people are getting in now.
All right, people are getting in. Oh, OMG Godlike got a 140 Scatabo. Oh my!
I was hoping for that. Yeah,
that's what dreams are made of.
I was gonna say the rooms that I've been in, he's not going past like 120, and I'm like, come on, like
the rooms with Meg, he's not going past 90. So that's a problem.
Well, I mean, I was taking him before 115, religiously. So
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping to get a little bit better of a price, but it's not exactly happening that way.
I think he already would have an ADP of 140 if not for what Meg has done to drive his ADP up.
Come on, I'm not that out of control. But I really do want him back in practice soon. But I want to make sure he's totally healed. Totally healed.
Yeah. Obviously, we wanted to give him the best chance to succeed. And,
yes.
Let's get him fully healthy first.
Right. Those got I'll be #reaching. If I wasn't already in a husky, I'd be slamming into this one. Good to see you, Chad Candles, our guy Chad Candles, the morning streamer, but he's also been he's been doing some nighttime candlelight streams as well. So love it. Definitely check out Chad Candles' channel as well. So what number are we at, Steve?
We got the 7th spot. We got Young Moolah in here in the 1, Big Squeeze in the 3, Legion, our guy Legion in the 5.
Nice.
That's all that I recognize. If anyone else is in here, Jalapeno Jenkins I recognize, but I'm not sure if I've seen him.
I know Jalapeno. He got 13th in BBM 5.
Okay.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah.
He's seen him in draft rooms. I just don't know if I've seen him in chat. But if anyone's in the chat, please let us know. But yeah,
he's a Norman mine, so I'm sure he's probably watching. He's probably going to stop us too. So,
so I'm sorry. What number are we, Steve?
We are 7.
Okay, perfect.
Who's it? Okay, I see the 12 now. Yeah.
Mike Robb says the Night Whispering Dad stream from Candles is awesome. I do love his night whispering. He has like ASMR like vibes of like a very calming voice. So I like it.
Have you guys been liking drafting in the middle here recently?
Yes,
especially with some of these guys falling a lot more.
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what I was going to say. Is I used to like either turn, but now I like the middle. I get so frustrated.
I was going to say, it used to be so tough. It used to be such a tough spot to draft at 6 or 7 because you'd either have to take like CD or Saquon was falling to 6 a lot, and Justin Jefferson was falling there a lot. It's been really interesting. I would say the first like 3 or 4 spots have gotten a lot more polarizing lately.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. For sure. And then at the turn it feels like you're just getting sniped way more. So and like you said, you can get falling value in the middle more.
Yeah.
Right. Up in 1, Barkley, Jefferson, CMC.
Sean, what do you lean there?
Mike Barkley.
I'm a Jefferson guy.
All right. Let's go with it.
I have not taken a lot of CMC inside the top 10. Usually it's just when he falls to like 8 or 9, but I don't think you could, which I wouldn't be able to skip on Jefferson at 7. That's just way too good a value. I feel like.
I take a lot of CMC, so I'm fine mixing it up. I gotta mix it up for sure. And we are getting these falls on these guys too. So it is nice to take fall because I was struggling at the beginning to get Jefferson, and now I'm able to kind of catch up a little bit, basically. So,
you guys like the new board look that they rolled out?
I do now that they added the number back. Yeah, now that they have the number back, that I know like what number I'm actually can look ahead and draft at. So now I'm liking it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I think it was a good update.
Yeah, for sure. All right.
Definitely makes the board pop a lot more.
Yeah, it definitely does. I know. I really do like it. Kudos to them for always listening to people too. People were like, "Where's the number? We need the number." And Brett from Underdog Games jumped in. He was like, "We'll get it back. We're going to get it back." So, all right, who's the top of the board?
Up on the board, London, McConkey, Taylor, Bucky, Chase Brown.
I'd say London with all the recent news, but what do you think, Sean?
I'm great with London.
Yeah, I think London, especially if Mooney is missing some time, he could just have 35% target share.
Yeah.
Right, which we saw at the end last year how that connection looked. I feel like that's only going to continue to grow stronger. He's going to be a big red zone threat. Big guy. So yeah, he which I have him ranked 12th or 13th. I've had him ranked there ever since pre-draft started. I think he's a great talent. And I think Penix is going to be good for him.
They Falcons have a good playoff schedule as well too, which is really nice. We got our guy Who Hames in here. Good to see. Always good to see you, Who Hames. Yep. So, Steve, you were just on with Who Hames yesterday, right?
We worked in all the different preseason games and thoughts on that. That was good.
Yeah, I was able to catch part of that. That was good. So yeah, third round is the round that I feel the least comfortable with. Fourth and fifth round are the rounds where I love too many players. So, like you wish you could like trade back and get more picks or something. Third round, where do you tend to go in the third round, Sean?
In the third round, I've been taking a lot of Hampton. Obviously now lately, been taking a lot of Garrett Wilson. Other than that, I feel like I'm getting George Kittle, is one that I'm wanting to have, which I had a lot of him already in the 40s, 50s.
Yeah,
but I'm not stopping. Like, I'm not slowing down on him.
Yeah,
especially now with a lot of these guys, like Marvin Harrison, I've kind of essentially stopped taking. I'm not just totally into taking elite quarterbacks. So yeah, it's basically been a G-Dub or Mike Evans even. But yeah, George Kittle, those guys.
That's what's so hard is, I like having exposure to the elites, but I've talked about a lot. I love that 8 through 13. There's so many. Okay, what do we got?
We're up. Marv, Garrett Wilson, Devontae, JSN, Evans, Kittle.
I mean, we could do Kittle if you just talked about. What are you guys thinking?
I'm fine with Kittle or Garrett Wilson. I mean, obviously, I know there's some reserves about Garrett Wilson, but the more I see them stack up practices together, I'm still in on Garrett.
I went with Kittle, but yeah, I mean, I do need more Garrett Wilson, but I don't mind taking an elite tight end, so to stop at 2. And I just also feel like the 49ers offense, I feel, is underpriced right now with their pass catchers, where we were taking them before, and Purdy is probably going to throw the most he's ever thrown this year, I'd imagine.
That's a good point. Yep. That is a good point, and Kittle just got really good reports. They're connecting really well, which I wouldn't think any otherwise. But seeing reports saying that George looks every bit of the same tight end that he looked like last year, where he would look like the best all around tight end. I feel like he could easily land as a top 3 tight end this year, if not 1. Easily.
Oh, absolutely. I was just gonna say he could definitely run that back for sure. So how many picks until we're up?
Up in 3: JSN, Breece Hall, T-Mac, Worthy, McLaurin, Pickens, DJ Moore, James Cook.
I love the Pickens and potential Dallas stack, but what are you thinking, Sean?
Oh man, I was gonna say T-Mac or Pickens. Those have been my 2 go-tos in this.
Pickens is still there. You want to still go there?
Yeah, I'm good with Pickens. You got
4th round Pickens seems really nice because this is 4th pick, right?
Yeah, I've been kind of mixing him and Worthy. It just kind of depended on the build. In this instance, I wouldn't mind either. I might have actually leaned Worthy a little bit more for the splash plays because I feel like he's going to have a lot more of those home runs. Seeing as how we've already got Justin Jefferson, we've already got Drake London. I do feel like he might have made a little bit. And now that this is obviously thinking in hindsight, but obviously with all the issues we've talked about earlier with KC wide receivers,
right?
Worthy could have a really good first few games. And as we saw last year with Rice being out, Worthy got that big role with Mahomes. I feel like Worthy could come out of the gate just hot as could be.
I'm very ahead of market on Worthy because I do think I think, and you've been in this camp all along with me, is we're just assuming that Rice, based on 3 games when Worthy was a rookie and Hollywood was hurt, and still Hollywood's hurt, but is going to maintain that. And it's just like, and sure, people will say, look at the second half of Rice's rookie year also, but look at the second half of Worthy's rookie year. Like, he was awesome.
Yeah.
He did the playoffs.
Yeah.
So
he smashed in the playoffs.
Oh,
he absolutely smashed. And that was, again, one of the biggest reserves, like, Steve, you mentioned, we both were in this camp, but that was, I took a lot of Worthy before we knew about the suspension. We didn't think he was going to get suspended. He was kind of still underpriced in that 50-ish, 40th range. And then once we found out the news that we didn't think he was going to get suspended, he moved up quickly, and I kind of stopped drafting him. And now he's gotten back up there, obviously, which I'm taking a little bit. I'm not going to lie. I have taken some more Rice. I don't want to exactly be fully out. But I still have the same reserves.
Right.
All right. So speaking of, it's Rice, Hubbard, Waddle, Hunter, Kamara, Connor.
What do you guys
think?
think?
I know Meg wants Travis Hunter.
I do, but I
would
won't
probably go Hubbard, but that's me. But that's because we've already got 3 stud wide receivers.
Right,
Okay.
right. I'm fine running back here.
Yeah.
Let's go Hubbard.
And Hubbard, we're getting, he's at ADP, but I like Hubbard quite a bit. This team's still going to run a lot.
I mean, yes, Steve just talked about, yes, wanting more Dowdle, but just wanting more Panthers. And I agree,
Right.
Year 2 of that offense with Canales could be a lot of fun. So I'm fine with him as the anchor running back here.
Yeah.
Chad Candles agreeing with you guys. They're going to build the plane out of Worthy, and if it's not working, they won't change that. Yeah, and if they connect on more of those deep bombs that they didn't connect on last year, I need more Worthy personally. Like I just like I said, I like round 3 is tough for me, but round like 4 and 5, there's so many players I like, so it's difficult. I need to get more Worthy though.
Yeah, and we saw like in the early part of the season, Worthy had a lot of miscues. He was not getting his feet in. He was, you could tell he was having a lot of those rookie blips, and then at the end of the season, he really worked a lot of those out. So I really do expect, which we're all in the same camp, sounds like, he's really going to have a big year.
I agree with Huhames. I might just need to start pulling up 1 to round 3 and take 2 round 4 players. I believe we talked about it in the last show we did last week, and I know I've talked about it on a couple shows lately here in August, again, balancing things out. I'm all about like you pulling guys ahead because that way you get kind of more of the guys you want.
Olave, Mbuka, Caleb Johnson.
I need more Mbuka.
I need more. I'm trying to take Mbuka as much as I can.
I need more Mbuka. I'm way behind on Mbuka. So I like that. We have a lot of good quarterback potential stacks again because we have JJ McCarthy, Dak Prescott, Baker and Penix, and Brock,
and
so
Purdy,
we've got so many outs, and then obviously with Chuba, which I know that's the other thing with the Rico situation is somebody made a good tweet about that. Like Chuba struggled mightily in the reception game last year.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't on the field a lot for the third downs. I do feel like Rico's is probably taken over that role. We saw it in the preseason game. And we've seen it in camp. Like they're throwing a lot to Rico. So, but we'll saying that to that point. I was going to say Bryce Young obviously is another back stack, but in this instance, probably not as much.
We have a lot of options. Mike Robb saying, "Love the focus of Steve. This is a BBM. The dude ain't playing around." I like we have the role reversal. Usually, I'm running the ship, and Steve's in control. Steve, how does it feel?
It's everything I dream of.
All right, how many until we're up? I'll still be bossy, older sister.
7 picks.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say it doesn't look like anybody's getting out of line.
I was gonna say we can go to
Joe
the board.
Burrow didn't go till 70. I mean, that's not been happening a lot in the rooms that I've seen lately.
Right.
So up in 4, Juwan Jennings, Jacoby Myers, David Montgomery, Jordan Addison, probably not with the Jefferson, Jaden Reed, Aaron Jones. So then we start getting some more questionable guys. Josh Downs.
I think getting a second running back. Who was the first running? Montgomery.
He just went to
we could probably not pull up anyone.
I don't think he probably would likely need to pull up anybody. They'll probably all this whole range typically falls or goes.
What number are we up at, Steve?
Jacoby Myers just won, so it is Jordan Addison, Jaden Reed, Josh Downs.
I like Downs.
I like Downs.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
This is usually a Josh Downs pick for me because I feel like he's the only one that has the most upside. I would say Jordan Addison first. He would definitely be the first guy, but we have Jefferson and we're not really looking to double stack there with McCarthy.
Yeah, like I do it every now.
McCarthy never falls either. Like he's one of the toughest ones to play.
He's actually one of the harder guys I feel to
let fall. Good. Yeah, he never falls. He never falls. He gets taken at least before. I've seen him get taken before ADP a lot.
Yeah, I know. Can you go to the board, Steve?
Yeah.
So what numbers are we coming up at? Like what's our next
90 and 103.
Okay. Who Hangs This is a BBM. So we did a bunch of using all of Sean Mitchell's daily reports from Twitter, talked through all that and how we're reacting to preseason week 1, and then we jumped in a BBM. So and then Steve will keep drafting from 8 to probably 9:30. Andrew will join at 8 p.m. and he and Steve will do a bunch of underdog drafts too. So we're on the clock.
We're on the clock.
Steve.
Yeah. No, I know Baker's there. Do you want to go Baker?
Let's do Baker. Yeah,
Baker easy enough. Fell to us.
There we go.
Okay, perfect. What running backs are coming up? Because what's
Travis
Scadaboo 103.
Yeah, Etienne, Dobbins, Zach Charbonnet, Scadaboo. But I don't think we're not taking Scadaboo at 103.
No, I'd probably say lean Etienne if he's there. I know he's been getting pulled up. I wouldn't mind Sharps, but being our running back 2, like that's kind of a tough situation. Taking a contingent back as an RB2.
I mean, the good news, I'd say, with this strong receiver room and Kittle, we could stop at 6 receivers, but we can definitely
stop at
with
2.
Kittle. Yeah, we can definitely put any extra picks.
Extra running backs. Yeah, they could backfill, but obviously starting, be nice to get another decent running back too that we know is gonna be on the field.
Right. So what's the next number we're at, Steve? 102?
103.
103.
Yeah, I don't know if you debate, like, do we just get a second quarterback like Dak there, or you find, because we have other later outs and focus on the running back? Because that's like the Dak Purdy range. We have obviously.
Let's say Purdy or Dak there.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'd be fine with either that, and Etienne just went. That would have been one of the running backs to push for.
Dobbins is interesting. I do think he's
fine. Yeah,
I do think he's going to play a lot. I am a bit concerned that he's going to get less carries now, but I still think that he's going to play a lot. And obviously, we know Sean Payton likes to play 2 backs. I'm fine either way. I wouldn't mind Dobbins if we want to just get us another good running back and continue building that out. We do have Baker already, so it's not like we absolutely have to have a quarterback here.
Right.
And there could potentially be a chance where, I was going to say Baker or Purdy or Dak falls, but that's probably not going to be the case either now.
Yeah, Purdy just went. So we're up in 2.
I would probably lean Dobbins. That's me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine either way.
Too far behind at running back.
Yeah, he doesn't match our bye week. It's a good running back too, I feel like. And after this kind of tier, those running back 2s kind of start to drop off really severely.
Okay. I'm going to go Dobbins here.
Okay, that sounds good. And if you could go to the board and see our next 2 numbers.
114 and 127.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you could get like a. I mean, I obviously don't think Dak's going to fall there, but you never know.
Well, CD's the Lamb drafter is all the way on the other side of the board. So
127 could be like a good JJ McCarthy pick if the Addison drafter doesn't take him. So
obviously we got Penix later too. That would be fine, totally fine.
Yeah. Is our guy Scadaboo still there?
He's still there, but I mean, we could probably push him to 127.
I got to feel with.
I have not seen him fall that much.
I haven't either.
What are you?
But somebody said they got him at 140.
I've got him in the 120s.
Did he just go? He just got.
Yeah, he just went 109.
See, Steve, I don't know what rooms are you in. I have not seen him.
He's not really falling.
No,
I don't think I've seen him.
He's not falling for me. I don't know if
Cole 3587 is Meg's burner account, but
oh yeah.
All right, so who Hames is seeing him in the 120s too? Steve's claiming he's seeing him in the 120s. I'm not seeing him fall ever. Anytime.
No.
Dak.
Did we just miss it?
Yeah, he went. Yeah.
All right. What do we want to pivot to here?
So what's top of the running backs?
I mean, we could take McCarthy. Running back is Ramondre, Ray Davis. Receiver, we could just finish it with like Rashid.
We could just take Tucker Kraft and be done at tight end. I mean,
that's fine with me.
He just go. Never mind. Rashid.
I just took
Yeah,
Shaheed just to get
and
somebody.
we could pretty much be done at wide receiver.
Yeah. The only overlaps we have are 11. So
yeah, I think that's totally fine.
Yeah, I think it's a really strong room.
Yeah, I did not see the Tucker Craft went right there.
I didn't either because I saw him up and then jalapeno.
Jalapeno.
Because I was like, "Where is Kraft? Am I missing him?"
I know. I was like, "Yeah, where do you?" I thought he just vanished out of thin air because I was like, he was just there.
All right. So what are our next numbers,
Dak and
Steve?
Kraft right before us. That hurt.
That hurt. That was tough. Is JJ McCarthy currently still there?
He's still there.
He is. Yeah.
I mean, I'd say if he fell back, that getting a second solid stack, unless there's somebody in that running back. What running backs are at the top of the board, Steve?
Ramondre, which isn't great. Normally, I would be taking Ramondre, but
I was about to say that would be my first choice, but and honestly, I still don't think it's a bad pick, especially if he does fall. That would be we get 4 or 5 picks of ADP value. I wouldn't mind it. I had been taking a lot of Ray Davis here too.
I take a lot of Ray Davis here, especially.
It's tough because I think these top 3 guys or 4, Ken and Spears, are all going to fall.
Tank especially going to fall now. Yeah. And honestly, he would be one that I'd love to take later if he can fall some more. Yeah. Because even if not, we still get Tootin later. So you kind of got that back door with Tootin as well.
Well, I would say then if JJ falls to us, we just take JJ and then hammer running back the next few rounds and hope some of these falls happen.
I agree. I think that's completely – and with these guys, I think JJ should fall. Both these guys have got 2 quarterbacks. So
Yep.
There we go.
Let's take JJ here.
Yep. Like backfill on running back now. Don't have to go with the tight end. So we could prioritize running back for the next 2 or 3 picks if we wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely. Fancy Dog says Meg was stating her case. Got our guy Candyman in here. GMG, I'm good to see you. Mike says, Meg, you have an 88. Of course, you never see him past 105. I'm saying when the times I try to push him past like 105, 110, 115, he's going by like 115 for me. The times I actually don't take him. Nobody gets Braylon in my drafts. Oh, damn. Braylon Allen was one that I was like,
he pulled up Braylon to 121.
Damn it, JB. What? Yeah.
He is. Wow. He's a big Braylon bull.
I listen, I
thought I was pretty big.
I've been pulling him up to like the 130s, 140s. So
I think he knew we'd have a couple picks before he gets back on the clock. So.
Yeah. Well played, GAB, because that was definitely one that I was targeting for sure. So did we get a Tank or Ray Davis fall so far?
Tank's still there? Well, nope, just went, of course.
Nope.
But Tootin goes right after. So.
How many picks till we're up, Steve?
1.
Okay. Who's at the top of the running back?
Dylan Sampson is working.
I like Dylan Sampson.
I think he's still more than
I don't think Jalapeno will do it since he's got 5 running backs. So
I wouldn't put anything past Jalapeno.
He took
Sampson. Yeah, I think so. Honestly, I have done that in some. I've taken Sampson and Ford.
I have too.
I still think there is a world where, Jerome Ford could still be using that third down change of pace, and Sampson takes early down work. That absolutely could happen. I definitely see a world where both backs play.
This is this
could be the type of team that we do it in because we're going to have at least 6, if not 7, running backs. So
good point. Yep, definitely don't mind it a bit.
I agree. We, Steve, in our last sibling showdown, we were like, let's, build it this way. We were don't touch quarterback and tight end, and we, build out our flex. This is one is like, kind of 0 RB. So it's like, okay, let's do it the right way where we stop at receiver. We got all receivers early. We got Kittle, and then we're just going to have to hammer running backs with quantity here. So
I mean, honestly, I like the way this build's going. I don't mind it a single bit. We've got kind of our early touches there already, and then you can backfill and hope for some home run hits there at running back that you obviously need in this format. So we've already kind of built out the wide receivers. Tight ends great. Quarterbacks are good.
Yeah. No, I agree. Let me just highlight these 3 positions.
Mike Rob saying I never try to push them. It's usually when I take quarterbacks like in those middle rounds, like rounds 9, 10, 11 in those rounds. And then, it's usually last 9 or 10 that I'm taking either a quarterback or Scatavoo. One of the two. It's a sweet spot for quarterbacks for sure.
There's a lot of quarterbacks in that range.
So many yeah, 9.
Jordan
10,
Love has been one that I'm not really prioritizing, but he usually falls in that range. So I've been taking a lot more lately. It's probably more so because I've been wanting to take a lot of Golden where he's going, because he's still not really rising a lot with his camp hop. So I'm taking a lot of Golden when I can.
Yeah, he's one I need to take more. So what
up
are the top?
Bryce Young, Tua among quarterbacks, Rashard White, Najee Harris.
I like Brenton Strange.
Here. We could go tight end Brenton Strange or Hunter Henry.
Just to be done at tight end.
Yeah,
Hunter Henry was out today too with the
injury. And also it's the same buy as Kittle, so that wouldn't make too much sense.
I like Brenton Strange. He's been in the reports a lot. Like, a lot of the 11s. I see a lot of Strange. He's going to be used a lot.
Yeah. So now, we definitely, I think, could be
done. Definitely give us some good spikes. Could even hit the flex every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And obviously, lets us get done. Be done at time.
Right. So, what number are we coming up at, Steve? And what are the top running backs?
We are coming up at 162. Top running backs are Judkins, White, Harris, Algier, Garendo, Nick Chubb, Austin Eckler, Jalen Wright,
Bill.
JCM.
Yeah, I was gonna say we definitely need to pull up to get some Bill, and this is the type of team that needs Bill.
This team needs Bill.
This team does need Bill.
I was, on the same retrospect of the Jerome Ford, Dylan Sampson. Another one that I've done is Chuba and Rico.
Yeah,
and especially more so now that we saw how they're going to deploy it. I think Rico, like Steve, you mentioned earlier in the pre part of this, he's going to play a lot. That was always my contention. Ever since I heard, the Canales presser from the year before saying that he really, really ideally wanted to have two great running backs that could play any down. That's the way he's using them. So
is this the
right,
range
up
for
in 2 or up in 1?
We're probably gonna have to pull up a running back, right? I mean, I don't think we have much of a choice.
So Rashard White is still there, and then it's
either
Eckler, or Bill, Dowdle. What do you like?
I'd say Bill or Dowdle, but based on what you guys say, what do you guys want to do?
I'm fine with either one.
Let's go Dowdle. I just feel a little bit more confident about that. And because
it is a tough range. It is a tough range for running back. Because I do feel like Jalen Wright and Bill will probably be their next pick.
Yeah.
I'm a big Jalen Wright guy just because I feel like I know Ollie Gordon got a lot of, but again, I tried to make that point, in my posts is he still was behind Alexander Madison. He was still the fourth running back in the game. I'm not just sure how far that gap is between Jalen Wright and Ollie Gordon, because I feel like still at the moment it's still pretty wide. They like Jalen Wright. He fits the same prototype as Devon Achane. He's a quick back, fast. Mike McDaniels loves quick, fast backs.
I was just going to ask if you could queue them up so we could watch them. So do you queue Wright and JCM?
Right, JCM and Eckler.
Are you guys taking any Chubb at all? I'm totally out. Like
I did for like a week, and then once I heard the quotes about like
that he's got like no burst, he can't get past the level. I was like,
then I bumped him back down again, and
Are you taking any I saw there was some speak from OC today about Dameon Pierce. Wanting to get him.
I think Pierce
likes him coming out of Florida.
Yeah, I think Pierce is more likely than honestly Chubb or Woody Marks.
I like Dameon Pierce. I've taken him a few times in the 18. Keaton Mitchell at 170 in this economy. What are you doing?
Well, and he got banged up. He hasn't been practicing, right? I don't know what he did.
I think it's nothing major, but
he's still behind Justice Hill too.
Yeah,
I don't think people. That's the other overreaction part of the preseason you get is they see a guy have a really good play. Obviously, now he's moving up 30 spots. And Justice Hill is going undrafted.
Ooh, JCM just went.
I wanted Bill.
He probably watching. Yeah, I like Taylor out here.
That's fine. Yeah, that works. And I do think it's good that we got the whole Carolina backfield. I think handcuffing when especially at value in a room like this where we need some running back points, I think makes a lot of sense. So.
Yeah, it's not an ambiguous backfield. We know they're both going to play.
Exactly.
That's the way I feel.
So Steve, could you give us a team recap just so?
Yeah.
And then,
So we're sitting through 15 rounds. We are at 2-5-6-2. Quarterbacks Baker, JJ. Running backs Hubbard, J.K. Dobbins, Dylan Sampson, Rico Dowell, Jalen Wright. Receivers Justin Jefferson, Drake London, George Pickens, and Mecca Mbuka, Josh Downs, Rashid Shaheed, and then tight ends George Kittle, Brenton Strange. We're seeing pretty done at receiver and tight end. So it's just a matter, do we add a third quarterback?
well, I mean, that would be a unique. It could be a unique like 3-7-6-2, right? I mean, I don't know if I've ever done that, but you could just really throw quantity because I do feel really good about.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a third quarterback on this one.
Yeah.
So what
what quarterback
is who? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you bet on AR. No, we've got Josh Downs.
We could do AR or wait for Daniel Jones. We could do.
I have done that a lot lately. Just taking AR, just for the simple fact that this is have PPR. We know he can get goal line touchdowns. I don't mind taking.
You want to push him or?
I mean, it depends on who we get. I mean,
you're on the clock.
I feel safe taking him now.
Okay.
Because I just on that list right there, I still think I see 3 or 4 running backs that I wouldn't mind taking. I'm not going to say them because I feel like everybody's watching us on stream and stopping our guys.
There's some fun. Yeah, there's some fun.
3-7-6-2 is a fun build, unique. And could definitely pay off in this.
I mean, a 6 wide receiver build, was it 6 or 5?
6.
Won the fast puppy.
I think that was 5.
A 5 wide receiver, 4 quarterback build won. Ray Zanny, won the fast puppy. So
no, and I mean, I think like this is how we do 0 RB the right way, or like I know it's anchored by Chuba, but then we either got sniped or kind of got pushed different directions. This is, we're throwing quantity at it. So I like this. And I do think a lot of these clicks that we talked about on the show, in the preseason notes, in the training camp notes, are some of the players that we're probably going to be targeting here.
Yep. I was just about to say, we've definitely already seen a couple. Definitely some later guys that are probably not going to be drafted in BBM.
Right.
At least not more than probably 5%. Right. The tops.
Steve, can you go to the board, or when are we coming up? How many picks?
We are up in 7 picks. So let's kind of get a look at the running back room.
So we have just 2 more picks left, right?
Gab said that GAB Sports said Richardson wouldn't have made it past him.
Yeah.
So. Okay. I've seen. People are not letting Richardson.
I was in the draft last night. It was a puppy, but Richardson fell to the 18th, and
really,
it's just I think people just don't know what to do with him, which is fair. I don't know.
I was gonna say, but having 2 good quarterbacks, like he's really not going to hurt you. I feel like he can win you a week or 2, or he's not really going to matter or factor that much. So.
Right.
Well, especially when we get up down.
Steve, let's see who we got running back.
Mononga. No, he went.
Shoot. Is Mononga gone?
Yeah. DJ Giddens is fine. Corum's fine. Sean Tucker's fine.
Let's do Giddens. I'm surprised Tucker's already moved up, just because we are now making a Colts bet. I feel like.
Yeah, we do have Baker though. Sean Tucker would.
That's true. I guess. I don't know that I just want more news, because if White or if Rashard White comes back, then
I will say that I do honestly feel, and I've said this multiple times, even before the Rashad White injury, I think Sean Tucker is the direct backup to Bucky. I don't think it's going to be White.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably some truth to that.
Tucker, so Mononga's gone, you said?
Yeah, he went like two.
Even Taj Brooks went just a couple picks.
Okay, Taj Brooks is my favorite, like 17th round.
Yeah, I know, because I was looking for him too, and I was like, shit, he went right after.
Yeah, we got all those fun rookies that we were eyeing up. Okay, who is left? There's
guys still? Like there's Corum,
Tucker, Elijah Mitchell.
There's I was gonna say, did Mitchell go?
No, he's down there. Yeah. Honestly, I think he's an interesting piece that nobody's drafting.
So who would you take here, Sean?
Let's see. Do we have a 10 running back? Bye week? I don't think we do we?
No,
we don't. We got 2 more picks or 1 more?
One. This is it.
I'm good with Elijah Mitchell. I'm totally
You
fine
good
with
with
it. I think because honestly, I feel like he's going to play even with Pacheco being fully healthy. I don't think Kareem Hunt.
I'm good mixing it in, especially like a BBM where, like you said, he's going to be
He's
like
not getting drafted.
Oh shit! Sorry, I have preset
ranks.
Yeah,
you have it set to 6 running backs.
Yeah, I think so.
What did it take?
I've never seen that.
Darius Slayton.
It took Darius Slayton instead.
Okay. Well, at least Slayton is a great pick. I love.
I mean, I was gonna say I can't argue with the Slayton pick, but we were kind of backfill and running back. But oh well.
Steve, 6 max is extreme.
I will say I don't take a ton of 7s, but I have.
Yeah.
I think I set my max on 7 running backs for that reason. But
I
haven't seen that happen on a stream yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen it happen on the stream. That's funny.
I had to change. I need to change it back because I also changed it. I was doing a lot of Badge Bros Brawl, and because I had much thinner ranges because I didn't want to ever take like 8 of receivers or running backs because you're stacked at those positions.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. That format totally different. Yep. Totally.
I was the most surprised.
Steve was
I was like, I just looked down. I saw Slayton. I was like, wait, that's not Elijah Mitchell.
Hey, maybe Slayton's the guy you need, and it just worked out.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll. I still like the build, obviously.
Yeah. Why don't you read the team, Steve? Let us know.
Yeah. So we are Baker, McCarthy, Anthony Richardson, Chuba, J.K. Dobbins, Sampson, Rico Dowdle, Jalen Wright, DJ Giddens, Justin Jefferson, Drake London, George Pickens, Emeka Mbuka, Josh Downs, Rashid Shaheed, Darius Slayton, which I actually think is like the best value pick. But
I was going to say, for around 18, it's not bad.
George Kittle, Brenton Strange. Let me label. Well, let me just go over. We did have some people in this draft room. Let's see, who is Young Mula and Legion. I want to go over their teams real quick.
Sure.
Young Mula, who was definitely making sure we weren't getting certain guys like Braylon Allen.
Yeah.
He went 2-6-8-2, Kyler Penix, Chase Brown, Breece Hall, Pacheco, Travis Etienne. He took the Etienne from us. Oh, yeah. He knew where we were going.
He's tagged us a couple times.
Braylon Allen, Austin Eckler. Good running back room. Got all the Jets. Chase, Devonta Smith, Jerry Jeudy, Christian Kirk, Adam Thielen. Yep. Adam Thielen, Adonai Mitchell, Tesla, Franklin, another guy we talked about some. Trey McBride and Kyle Pitts. So yeah, he stacked up both his tight ends with his quarterbacks. So got those stacks going, got some other pieces.
Solid
yeah, no, I like that team. And that's also very, a lot of people obviously build Chase, and I know Burrow didn't come all the way back to him at the 70, but build out the Chase Brown Burrow stack. He went Chase Brown and then Murray McBride.
Oh yeah, no,
they took it from the other direction.
Yeah. No, I like that.
And Legion's team 2-7-7-2. So he actually did get 7 running backs. I'm like, guys.
Well, I like how Elijah's still queued up there too. Sitting there and staring to see the face.
Lamar Jackson, Jared Goff, Bucky Irving, Aaron Jones, Ray Davis, Jerome Ford, Will Shipley, Taj Brooks, Blake Corum. Then he went Amon-Ra, DJ Moore, Zay Flowers, Matthew Golden, Chris Godwin, Frederick Tillman, Torrey Horton, Mark Andrews, Zach Ertz. I really like that team.
Yeah, I like that team a lot. Yeah.
You got some good value.
So this can definitely be a tough pod, but let me go and label this.
Be a fun sweat.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we appreciate you, GAB and Legion, for joining us in that draft. Steve, Andrew will be on shortly, and more drafts are coming your way for sure. But if you want to jump in more drafts with Andrew and Steve, I believe you said you're doing Eliminator and something else.
MMG.
Right? MMG and Eliminator. Okay. So, but no, we appreciate everybody watching with us and chatting with us, drafting with us, all the things. It was fun. Another week going over camp notes with Sean and now preseason notes. So this has been a ton of fun. So Sean, tell us what you got going leading up to the season here. I know just obviously cranking out these notes, but what else?
Drafting. Yeah. Drafting. That's, the kids started back school today. So that was something. That's a good thing, because I get a little bit of some quiet time during the day again, where I can do a little more drafts. So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, the notes, just staying on top of everything. Trying to make sure that I help keep everybody else on top of it.
No, you are absolutely are. So again, make sure you're following at S Mitchell. That's 7, right? 17.
Yeah.
At S Mitchell 17 on Twitter. Again, he pins the most recent at the top, makes it super easy for you. Very thorough notes. We covered it at the beginning. We went through guys that were pumping the brakes, hitting the gas, overlooked guys. And then we drafted some of them, drafted a BBM team together. No, this has been fun. Again, Steve will be drafting with Andrew at around 8:00 here, and more drafts are coming your way. But any final thoughts for the people, Sean? And actually, after you get off until Andrew gets here, Steve, I'll talk about some of the stuff we have coming up this fall, which is very exciting for our in-season content. But any other final thoughts for the people, Sean?
No, it was very fun. Always a pleasure, with both of you. Appreciate you guys having me on. Thanks.
Oh, well, thank you. It's always a pleasure, obviously, drafting and chatting with you. So 2 weeks in a row, this has been a blast. So thank you so much. And again, check out Sean's Twitter, which has just been blowing up for good reason, just keeping us on top of the news. So thank you for everything you do. We appreciate you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Take it easy, Sean. So Steve, I figured until Andrew gets here, unless there's any exposures you want to go through, I can kind of talk about some things we have coming up.
Sure.
So yeah, and let us know if you guys have any specific questions. Again, 8:00 in just 15 minutes. Andrew will be here. Steve and Andrew will be doing their normal drafts. Again, we usually have Jeopardy on Wednesdays. It's just simply getting it scheduled. So the first semifinals, Best Ball Jeopardy next week, Candyman Cody, who was both in chat earlier, Candyman versus Cody, 9:30 Eastern next Wednesday. And then the following week, we're trying to get Neil and PPR Tyler scheduled, and the finals will most likely be that week as well. Other programming notes: if we hit 900 subs, which is going to be tough because the days are winding down. We are quickly approaching the end of best ball summer and the start of the NFL season. But if we hit 900 subs by Labor Day Friday, we will throw a 9-hour fun live stream on Labor Day Monday for you before we switch gears into in-season mode. So help us get to 900 subs. We'll give you a 9-hour stream of a lot of fun content. I'm sure some more fun Best Ball Jeopardy somehow, more drafts, starting to do Battle Royale drafts, obviously finishing Best Ball drafts, all sorts of fun stuff if if we can get to 900. So tell a friend. We'll have Best Ball streams basically every single day leading up to the start of the season here in the summer. So make sure you are subscribed if you're not already to the FanSpeak Network. We have a lot of good stuff coming your way, and we would love to do a 9-hour stream actually on Labor Day Monday, right, Steve?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then if we hit when we hit 800, which should be hopefully soon, we will pick 2 of our loyal subs to play each other in Best Ball Jeopardy. Bernie would love to put you guys to the challenge. You guys are so great, being in chat and answering the questions. It'll have 2 people opportunity to go head to head versus each other. Bernie as our Alex Trebek, and we'll do a sub Jeopardy at 800. And then again, 900, if it happens before the start of the season, we will do the 9-hour live stream on Labor Day Monday. Did I miss anything, Steve?
No, I think that's all it for programming notes and potential things coming up.
Well, the other thing is obviously our Substack. It is labeled Best Ball Substack. We should probably change it because basically our Substack is just $34.99 for the entire year. And let me tell you, folks, you're getting a lot for just best ball content for the entire year because you're getting rankings of all the different formats from Steve and I, articles from Steve and I. We are going to do a sub-only show that'll be out, I think, Friday as well, and a couple more sub-only shows. So you get a lot there. But guess what? We're going to be adding sports betting, DFS, Battle Royale content to that Substack. So it's got a lot of juice for you there on the Substack. Link is in the description. If you want to sub, there is a free week trial to kind of check it out. But again, there's going to be a lot. Once best ball season ends, we go right into in-season content. And that's for our Substack. Again, Battle Royale, sports betting, DFS. And then the channel, FanSpeak Network, will just keep churning out content daily for best sports betting, obviously NFL betting, and battle royale, DFS content, maybe some pick'ems, that kind of stuff. So we're really excited. We did that all last year, but it's going to even be notched up even more this year with as far as in-season, really, really fun in-season content. We had a couple fun, like 20 to 1 to 30 to 1 parlays last year. Came close to some crazy lottos. Definitely had a good record. I'll put that out towards the end of the summer, just in sports betting on like individual alt, picks and stuff like that, and just an individual units record. So we'll get all that put out. But we had some fun sweats and some fun, some fun hits on parlays and stuff like that. So we're looking forward to that as much as we love basketball season, and we do. You've seen us doing these drafts since essentially late February. We love the in-season too. We love NFL in season, but we love the content that we churn out for NFL in season. So nothing will stop here as far as NFL content. In fact, it just gets very exciting I love best ball, being able to sweat it out all season, but we'll be doing the weekly sweats with you guys for DFS, for Battle Royale, for sports betting. So any other thoughts on that, Steve? What did you want to do until Andrew gets in here?
Well, I can go over like some of my slow drafts and talk through some things. So
Steve, Mike Cross, is Steve about to win the Fan Jeopardy to start his return to glue? That would be hysterical. Two subs face each other. Oh, by the way, you have to play Steve. I mean, Steve, you did have it rough with Jeopardy because what was it? Herzig hit the daily double and did the full double Jeopardy wager to 4,000, hit it, and then Neil, I think you were having an off night, but yeah, no, I think you're right in the mix of a top best ball Jeopardy player, but you had a tough run out there. But it'll be exciting. The final four of Jeopardy are, of course, Neil, PPR Tyler, Cody, Candyman, and again Cody Candyman next Wednesday. So all right. So did you want to bring over your exposures or whatever?
Yeah.
Or sorry, you're going to do some slow drafts on screen until Andrew gets here.
Yeah, or I could look at exposures. I'm fine if chat cares either way. Always happy to talk basketball.
I will be right after this. I will be uploading. Steve did a second preseason recap article of what to do with these teams. We've talked about it. Steve wrote about a part one. Part two is going to be up here just in a few minutes after I get off. I'll have that posted for Substack folks and sent out. And then we'll look to do another rankings update. More articles coming your way this week as well. And Sibling Showdown tomorrow, 8 p.m. You and I will be back in the streets together, Steve, and look forward to drafting with you tomorrow. So I will let you get to your slows. Have fun drafting with Andrew. And I'm going to go post your Substack article now.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. See you guys later. We'll see you tomorrow for Sibling Showdown.
All right. So there's a comment in here, Fancy Dog, asking about exposures. I will look at that. We and actually, while I do that, let me download the latest one so I can, when I do some drafts. I did it yesterday, so it probably hasn't been 24 hours. But so we can look at exposures on Underdog. Oh, that's not a good number. 666 teams. Let's refresh this and get up to where it's at. I think it's in the 680s. There we go, 688. I feel much better about that. So yeah, let's look at exposures here. Quarterback, I'm Dak. Aaron Rodgers, just because he's free. Jane Daniels, he's not free, but I like his price. And let me go to just the 12-man drafts because I did do 50 Badge Rose Brawls. So that does impact that. So we're down to 638, but changes, the percentage and all this. So like Jane Daniels, because I just took him a ton in the Badge Rose Brawl. So Drake May, Aaron Rodgers, Sam Darnold, Bryce Young, Trevor Lawrence, Jaden Daniels, Baker Mayfield is tied with Jaden Daniels. So those are my top guys. But I'm kind of flat. I used to be higher on Justin Fields, but have moved him down some. Of the elite guys, you see where I'm at with Daniels, Jalen Hurts 9.9, Josh Allen 9.2, where Lamar 8.3. So I'm at least at the field, if not above, on all four of those. Joe Burrow 8.3 as well. So no, I appreciate that. Any particular player one's interested, I'll look them up. I'll go over running back now, as you could expect. Scatterboo is number one. Then it's Kamara, Caleb Johnson, James Cook, Austin Eckler are all 17 to 18%. Jonathan Taylor, Rashard White, James Conner, Taj Brooks, Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, Jordan Mason, Braylon Allen. So I got a lot of guys in this like 10-11 range. That keeps going. Saquon's in there. Mixon, I will say I still take him a little bit when he falls to the 90s. I just think there's some value there. But even both, when the Judkins news hit, and where am I at Judkins now? I'm down to 3.4%. It's probably around 8% when he hit 8-9%. And I had like 0 Ford and Sampson, and now I'm just been steaming those guys up. So there's some guys that I'm lower on among running backs. Pacheco just has been in a weird spot for me. Travion definitely behind on that. I'm looking for some other big names. Swift, I'm just a little behind. I worry about the touchdown upside. Charbonnet, it's in part because where am I at Walker? I am 6.4. So I was higher. Must have just not been gaining them as much lately. Receiver, Adam Thielen is the only guy over 20%, but Darius Slayton, Devontae Adams, Steph Diggs are right on that cusp. Then we have Trey Harris, Ricky Pearsall, T. Higgins, Cedric Tillman, Keenan Allen, Hollywood. I still take him some when he falls considerably. Kyle Williams, I was very bullish on these guys beforehand. Now I need to really cut back on them. Among elites, Jamar Chase. And just type in Lamb. I'm 7.7. Jefferson 6.0. London 7. Let's see, Neighbors. I know I'm above field, or I guess I'm at the field at 8%. And Collins, where am I? 9.7. So he's one of my highest now. So yes, I will say I do get a little lucky. And we do have Andrew here. Let me bring Andrew on. So I'm just going over exposures right now. Andrew, how are you doing tonight?
Good, boss. Good. Feeling good. How was the stream so far?
It was good. It was good. We had Sean on. We talked to him. Then we did a BBM together. I realized I didn't have my so I queued. We were going to take Elijah Mitchell as a final pick, and I queued it, and I was just going to let the time go down as we talked it out. And I realized I changed my limits because of the Badge Bros brawl. So it forced us to take a receiver. Luckily, it was Darius Slayton, so I felt okay with that.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm saying 12.4% Chase must be nice. Yeah, I will say I've gotten kind of lucky at the 101 pick. That is a joke out there, and I'm not arguing it. I've gotten Chase a couple times at 102. My groups and stuff line, you change the limits off screen.
I have 12.2% Chase.
There you go. See,
it happens, people. It happens.
So yeah, I mean, and then let me just go through tight ends, and then we can. So Ertz is my number one tight end. Gesicki was for a long time, but with the Fant news and then him being banged up, Ertz has now moved ahead. George Kittle, I'm very bullish on Kittle. Loveland, Strange, Ferg, Mason Taylor was higher, but now I'm starting to buy the dip, especially now that he's back at practice. Tucker Kraft, Pat Fryermuth, I'm very much buying the dip here. Kate Otten, Hunter Henry, and then Juwan, Mark Andrews are all 9% or above. So yeah, if anyone has any specific questions, I'll be happy to look them up real quick. But Andrew and I will start getting into some drafts in a minute.
I do have some questions for you. They don't
Okay.
really have to do with your exposures, but I would like some clarity on a few wide receiver rooms that I think could help within the eliminator, at least. Maybe some BBN stuff if people want to take some shots. But do you want me to ask you about them?
Yeah. Let's go ahead.
So let's start off with the Falcons. Obviously, it looks like Darnell Mooney might be back, quote unquote, this year.
Ooh,
they said, which you don't love to hear that.
Yeah, so, especially when I have what do I have? 11% and not good.
Yeah. So I mean, the coach speak on that wasn't awesome. He didn't really give us clarity. He just kind of said that, hey, he should be back this year. So whatever that means. So obviously there's Ray McLeod. Past that, for wide receivers in particular, what about Nick Nash? Wiles had brought this up to me. He was very productive in college. Now, obviously a rookie for them this year. Do you know anything about Nick Nash? Do you have any thoughts, feelings? Like, is that somebody we should be taking with the uncertainty on Mooney?
Yeah, I mean, to me, Nick Nash, he was what, a sixth round pick, I think. San Jose State, I believe, insanely productive college career. And, some people were upset that he wasn't up for more awards. I think he's a fine young receiver, but I have a hard time believing that he will produce as a rookie. Just because I do think Ray fits right in. I think if it is truly like a year thing, they could, pick up somebody off the street who gets cut. So I don't really see Nick Nash having much of a fantasy role. I think he makes the team, but he's going to be like the sixth receiver.
He did go 3 for 3 for 35 yards in their first preseason game, so he got a little bit of work in there. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, I was just looking up some of the stuff. Like at San Jose State, he was very productive, actually. The Falcons, I feel like, behind Drake London with the Mooney uncertainty, are very open for another guy to break loose there. So I'm looking at it more of the eliminator status, because if there's no Mooney there, you probably have Ray. But for BBM, Nick Nash might be a guy that maybe you want to just take a few shekels of with a Penix, or a week 17 correlation, because he appears to be a guy like Ray McLeod is fine, but he's just a guy. Like we've seen what he kind of is. So it's an interesting pick, to say the least.
Yeah, it's interesting. And in something specifically like the BBM, I mean, he's going to be not 1% owned. He would be 0.01% owned. So that would make it extremely unique. But I just think it's tough because likely he's a zero. Odds are, I'd say he's a zero for your lineup. But because they're not interesting guys, but guys like Hodge or some of the other receivers they have there, I can't remember some of the names right now. They've just been in the league for longer. I know they just signed DJ Chark, but that's what I mean. Like they could just sign somebody, whether it's Amari Cooper, whether it's Gabe Davis, whether it's somebody who gets cut from another team. I just worry if Mooney's out seriously. Like if Mooney's just missing 1 or 2 weeks, then like you said, like Ray is just the guy you need in eliminator probably.
Yeah. I mean, right now it's London, Mooney, McLeod, and then they have Hodge is technically fourth, then Chark, and then it looks like it's just a barrage of guys. Nick Nash is in there. They have Casey Washington, like they have Jamal
Casey
Agnew.
Washington.
Yeah. So they have some guys there, but Nick Nash he at least has good production in college, like a guy that looks like he could probably flash for them if given some opportunity. I don't know if that'll ever come to fruition, but just a guy that Wiles had brought up to me. What about the Dolphins? Okay, so looks like Waddle did get back on the practice field. We have oblique injuries or undisclosed injuries for Tyreek Hill, plus that dude is more and more like Antonio Brown as every day goes by. So, he's a loose cannon. Behind that, it's kind of like Malik Washington. So for the eliminator, if Hill or Waddle aren't right for the eliminator. Malik Washington at least appears to be an interesting pick, at least for the beginning week 1, week 2 potential. So any love for Malik Washington in that factor?
For sure, in that sense. I do wonder about Nick Westbrook-Ikhine. They did give him a little bit of money. He obviously had a productive year last year, and just in general, he's a different body type and build than those other receivers. What I do think Malik Washington, he's the contingent play, particularly for like Waddle and Tyreek, because he's that small, fast guy who can be in the slot, be outside, do a lot of the underneath stuff. But if they're looking for a bigger target, then I think it'd be NWI. But yeah, it seems like Malik Washington is ahead right now.
Yeah, and on their depth chart, they do have Westbrook-Ikhine on as number 3 with Malik as number 4. But again, I think, if Waddle or Hill, one of those guys miss, I think that, insert Malik Washington, he will be the guy. So that's an interesting one that I've taken a couple times in Eliminator. What about the Vikings? So obviously Jordan Addison not going to be there for sure for 3 weeks. Justin Jefferson nursing a hamstring injury, which all signs point to him most likely being there week 1. But behind that, it's Jalen Nailor or Tay Felton. Tay Felton, obviously rookie. Jalen Nailor, we saw some production within the Vikings offensive scheme before. Do you lean Nailor like right out of the gate? And also, do you think Felton could overtake Nailor as the 3 later on?
So honestly, I think it's Nailor. Because even Lucky Jackson was because Justin Jefferson didn't play week 1 in the preseason game. Lucky Jackson was in 3 wide receiver sets over Ty Felton. Maybe Felton could move up as the year goes on, and I wouldn't be surprised in those first 3 games, even if Jefferson's 100%, Felton could find his way on the field a little bit. But I think it's definitely Jalen Nailor. They like him. They liked him last year when Addison missed some time. And I just know I've heard coach reports on Nailor the last couple of years. They've been pretty bullish on him. So I think he's pretty well set for the number 3 and probably is the biggest beneficiary of Addison's missed time.
Okay, so Nailor is your pick to right out of the gate for sure be that guy, because it looks like it's going to be Justin Jefferson and Nailor as the 1-2 to start. So for Eliminator, if you guys are looking for a pick at the end that's going to play week 1 for you, Nailor appears to be a guy. Do you think that it's that it would be all right to take Addison and then also take Nailor just to cover that?
I think that's a good way to play it. I think I would definitely be doing it with like an 8 wide receiver build, just because you're taking zeros in one way or another. With Addison, it also depends. Like the problem with Addison in Eliminator is I don't think he falls enough. He probably should go a couple rounds later. He's fallen some since the suspension news has come out, but to me, it hasn't been probably because he's missing the first 3 games, and then he has a bye week 6. So for the first 6 games, for the first 6 weeks, which are so important, in Eliminator, you need to advance, and you need to advance at a good rate early on. For the 6 weeks, he's going to be missing. So before you have any shot at real money, you have to get through those 6 weeks. That's tough for me. And so honestly, I would probably just rather take the cheap 18th round Nailor, because Addison, I think he's great for like BBM format, all these other tournaments, but that's because we're counting on him to be our playoff hero, right? But it doesn't matter if he could be the best receiver from weeks 10 through 17, and it means absolutely nothing in an eliminator format if you're not there.
Yep. Yeah, I like Nailor as an eliminator guy, especially for a last round pick. It's at least potential points week 1.
Yeah.
The last one that I want to ask you about is the Titans. So obviously we know Calvin Ridley there. Looks like they're getting Chig way more involved than he was, over the last year or so. So behind Calvin Ridley, we have Lockett, we have Ayumanor, and then there's some questions. Could it be Restrepo, which Restrepo is Cam Ward's college teammate. Restrepo has been staying after and working with Cam Ward. I think if the coaching staff came to Cam Ward and said, what do you want to do? He would choose to have him there because he was very productive with him in college. And obviously they're boys, right? So do you think Restrepo makes the team? And also, how are you playing it behind Ridley? Like who's 2, who's 3, and do any of those guys matter in like the eliminator?
Yeah. So, I mean, to me, I definitely think there's a chance that Restrepo makes the team, but it's probably is like a 6th or 7th receiver. I don't know if he'll have much fantasy relevance. It does seem like Lockett is kind of pretty well set to be the number 2 in the preseason game. Ridley, Lockett, and Van Jefferson were the starters, and they played almost every starting snap. Io Monor played like 3 snaps with the starters, but one was a clear running play. He was the only receiver with 3 tight ends. So, he was just out there to run block. And what was actually interesting was he kind of backed up Ridley. He played the Z more, and DK played more in the slot. So yeah, I'm playing the Titans essentially through, obviously Tony Pollard, but Ridley, Chig, and Lockett.
Okay. Yeah. Mike Robb says Steve has Iomanor behind Mason Rudolph in his rankings.
Yeah. I mean, it's not wrong.
Jesus. Okay. Yeah. Cause those are guys that there's opportunity on all those teams. I feel like to score, a couple of early week points, if you need them in the eliminator. I've been going very running back heavy in the eliminator, and then I find myself as trying to figure out the end of drafts, like who can I get points from that until it really starts to benefit me to have all those running backs. Because week 1, if you draft enough running backs, I feel like unless you absolutely dog shitted yourself on like quarterback and wide receiver, I feel like you can make it through with a lot of good running backs, but eventually it's going to get a lot harder. And I feel like you need points. So it's like, I'm trying to figure out the end of drafts, like who are those guys? And those are the teams when I was looking through, I'm like, all right, there feels like there's some sort of opportunity for a guy that's not getting drafted a whole lot to have some sort of week 1 potential, scoring opportunity for you. And so are there any of the teams that you can think of just off the top of your head that like, there's a guy that's definitely at the end of drafts that can maybe get you some week 1 points like that, at least for wide receiver?
So, 1 or 2 that I think could be interesting is one would be Elijah Moore with the Bills. Right now, it sounds like Shakir could miss at least week 1. I also think Curtis Samuel's not practicing also. So Elijah Moore is probably the number 3 for Buffalo early in the season. I do worry because I think once Shakir's back, he kind of takes over that role. But we're talking about the Bills offense. It's one of the best offenses in the league. So I think there's worse things to do than spend an 18th round pick on a guy like that. Josh Reynolds, Alan Lazard just got hurt. He's probably missing some weeks, missing some time. They have that rookie Arian Smith from Georgia, but he's kind of like a developmental guy to begin with. He's made some splash plays in camp, but I just don't know if he's the guy they're going to trust week in, week out. I think Josh Reynolds will be. Jets are not going to throw the ball a lot, but I think that's a free 18th round guy who's going to probably be starting playing, 80% of snaps for the Jets. So I think that's a solid pick. I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
Fantasy Dog says about Kevontae Turpin, and he says Noah. I'm assuming he means maybe Noah Brown, and then Isaac Tesla, obviously. Any love for any of those guys? I as a Commanders fan, I think like Noah Brown's great for the team. I don't know that would be a guy I'd want to try to target on here, especially with Debo there. He loves Ertz. Like I mean, honestly, I think Terry is back. I mean, we've seen some talks now.
Yeah, I will say for Eliminator specifically, I think Noah Brown could be interesting just because even if Terry signs tomorrow, just he's missed so much time, he could start a little slow. So in like a Jaden team, like with Noah Brown, but it's thin because by week, we've just seen like holdout receivers before start slow. So, and I think that's a concern for me for Terry for Eliminator. To be honest, like I don't have much concern overall, but for something like Eliminator, I want a guy who isn't missing time with injury, holdout, whatever. So that's one thing. But Turpin did sit with the Cowboys starters, so he probably is slightly ahead of Jalen Tolbert right now. So if you are looking for a late piece for Dallas, Turpin could be okay. I mean, the tough thing with him is I think he's going to get so few touches per game. Now, per touch basis, we see his ability to produce these like 20 plus 20+ yard plays. But it's just like there's some games where he'll have, 4 or 5 opportunities, some games 1 or 2. So it's a little tough. And Tesla's looked good so far, but I still think he's technically behind Tim Patrick and Khalif Raymond. So I don't know for Eliminator I like him. Now, if you're taking a shot similar to like what we talked about before for like BBM, he's going to be under-owned. I mean, and he'll be owned like 10% maybe, but he's going to be very low owned in a format like that.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, that is all the questions I have for now. Steve, let's get to drafting. Do we want to go Eliminator first or MMG? Because those are the two that we will be drafting for you lovely people tonight.
Let's go Lim. We've just been talking about it. Might as well start there.
Okay. I'm assuming you want me to pull up my screen then?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So for the Eliminator, whoever wants to jump in with us, I will count it down. Again, we are at, where are we at now? 88.6% full, 12% left. People, get yours in while you can. As you can see, I'm got about 30. I'm 29 there, but I think I have like 6 Eliminator slows going. So yeah, I'm full in it. I'm full in it, baby. I want to try to get 40 before the season starts. So I love this format. And like, it's not a great one for return on investment. I understand that. And but it's so much fun. If you can get past week 1, that one-on-one for the rest of the way out until you get to the final is absolutely electric. Like, that's a weekly sweat every single week, mano-y-mano, busting chops with somebody else. That's awesome. I absolutely love that. So I'm excited. All right, I will count it down for anybody who's ready to get in with us. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are away. Just like that, we are full. That is the way the cookie crumbles. All right. Pull up the draft here. All right. So, Steve, we are in the 11 spot. Up DS Council's in here. We have, let's see, anybody else? I know Fully Loaded. I've drafted with him enough.
You've definitely recognized some of these names, but I don't know if they're from chat.
Yeah. A DS Council though, or DS Council.
He sometimes pops in.
Oh, Meg checking in. She says, "Hey, Andrew and brother, good luck on the Lim team." Meg, you should be wishing everyone else luck, is the way I look at this. All right. Steve and I are absolutely electric together.
Yeah.
Andrew's horrible in getting people in the draft. Yes. I realize, or maybe I'm good at it. Maybe I'm good at making sure that Steve and I get to run over some randoms.
I like that.
Steve, do you like us at the top here? I know you and Meg are really up here, and Bruni and I are always on the side. It's so weird to have me up top.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine shifting over.
It's okay. It's just the live viewership that I can see is right on your face, so I technically don't really see you behind the window.
No, if you want to switch it over, we can switch it over.
Hold on. Un momento. I forget. Bruni's the one who normally. There we go. So Bruni's the one who normally does this for us. All right. There we go, Steve. Can you see that well enough, or do you need me to zoom in?
Yeah. No.
Okay. Good.
So Chase, Bijan, Barkley, pretty normal start.
Yep. Gibbs. Again, I did some MMGs today with Wiles, and I'm so used to I've been drafting the Eliminator so much that when I went in there and saw the rankings, I'm like, oh my God, it's actually really different.
Yeah. Definitely.
What do you want to? So just build wise here, talk this out with me. Do we want a running back, or are we going to go double wide receivers?
I think ideally gain a running back is very strong for the Eliminator format. They're far more consistent. They score more points to begin with, but they're also more consistent. I did some research on that. They particularly early in the season, we see receivers hit mid and later. Running backs can just be more consistent. So
well, we have Nico, Puka, Monra, BTJ, London, or Genty, Taylor, Irving, Chase Brown.
I mean, how do you feel about Genty?
I'm fine with it. I mean, his performance in the preseason does nothing for me. Like it scares me none.
Did you want to switch to the weeks 1 through 3 instead of weeks 16, 17 for the but here, do you want to go BTJ or Monra or another running back?
Oh boy, Taylor, Bucky.
Taylor's super tempting, but
yeah, what is that, 8 and 11? Yeah, you know what, Steve? Let's just do it. I mean, I've been doing this all the time. Like, it just feels right. But then it's like when you get up and it kind of forces you to really just take wide receiver, because then I'm like, well, I don't want to fall too far behind at wide receiver. But then you're not getting an elite tight end. You're not getting an elite quarterback, which, I mean, fine. We have no data on this formatting, so it's not like we can say that that's good or bad, but sometimes it feels gross. Sometimes.
Yeah.
It depends.
I mean, I would say.
And where are you talking?
Oh, no, we don't have to. But usually when I do an limb, you can switch on the gear symbol. You can switch the playoff schedule. You can.
I only have 15, 16, 17. I think I need to update it.
Oh, okay. No worries then.
Oh man, yeah, that'll be a game changer. Actually, it's funny. Pat did message me the other night. He's like, "Hey, I just watched the stream. I think you need to update." And I'm like, "I didn't even know there was an update." So I do need to get in there and do that.
Yeah.
Meg says, "Haha, you two are a fierce duo. Still love when you bullied the hell out of the rookie and sophomores room." Yes, I was actually talking to somebody about rookie and sophomores, and I was hoping that they would bring out a second one or do a sophomore juniors. That would be fun as well. But yeah, I told him about the room that you and Meg were live. I jumped in and we took all but one of the starting quarterbacks. Yeah. So best of luck to one of us, because we will be advancing out of that.
It's a one of two. Yeah, it's clearly one. And then there was that one you and I did with, and I think FK Coolers, and it was the same thing. Like we essentially between the two of us took all the quarterbacks.
Yeah, and then we got that one that had we had three. It was, who was it? Daniels, Caleb, and it was either Nix or May.
Yeah,
just absolutely. Like I couldn't get that again. By the way, I tried.
Yeah, no, that
did not work out.
Sick. So no, what was I going to say? With the elim format, I do think having an elite quarterback can be very powerful. I think elite tight end is a little less clear, but
you mentioned that you and Meg did like a 22-minute video on the Eliminator. If anybody hasn't checked that out, go check that out over on the Fanspeak YouTube page. YouTube page. You can find it. It's like 22 minutes long. Meg and Steve did kind of break down Steve's article on the Eliminator and talked about what you should do, what you shouldn't do, what positions to kind of target, what positions matter most. So if you want to still do the Eliminator, go check that out. It doesn't take very long, and it's kind of just an easy. It's a video of Steve's article essentially. So for those of you who hate reading, like myself, it's an easy listen. I did enjoy it.
Well, thank you. Let's see, what do you want to do here? I think this is a little interesting.
So here's the question. Do you think Breece Hall gets traded?
I don't know. Where are you leaning?
I kind of feel like he does, and I have like next to no Breece Hall. Cook or Hall. I kind of want to take another one.
I think Cook. We're talking the number one offense in the league. I think the ideas of him holding out, that's obviously done now. There are 3 different buys. These guys could just dominate. I mean, we legitimately could have 3 of the top 10 running backs.
Yeah, I like this. Okay, so now do you want to take Hurts and take what is probably the last elite guy, or you want to take like Marvin Harrison? I don't mind Ted McMillan.
I think Hurts, like these receivers. I think Worthy is actually especially good in a limb because Rice is probably suspended 4 or 6 weeks, but Hurts just could be so good. I mean, we're just so Genty and
right now we've drafted 4 running backs.
Yeah, I mean, think of the touchdowns potential that we have with those 4 guys.
Yep.
Any week, any of them could have 2 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, that again, like this is kind of the way I've been doing it myself, is just running backs to start for sure, and then I'll be interested to see what wide receivers are left for us, because let's see, where are we at next pick? We are 59, so that takes us roughly down to this range. So like maybe Flowers or Waddle, but then it's Rashee Rice, Hunter. I mean, Diggs is there, who at least should get targets. Pearsall, like starting out with a few of those guys, I don't love it. But then I look at my running backs and it's like, all right, like that's where my main points are coming from. Like that was the point of doing it this way. So I'd like to see a fall on some of these wide receivers would be electric for us. Yeah. I would love if Cortland Sutton somehow falls 11 spots. Cortland Sutton is, and it's funny in your video with Meg, you guys talk about eliminator ass picks. Like Sutton, I really like. I even like him in BB, but like he is so eliminator heavy for me because of how many targets and the opportunities and the touchdown opportunity for him. How many
red zone targets? Yeah.
Yeah. Like Sutton is an eliminator pick if I've ever seen one. Like that is what you want right there.
No, 100% agree.
Yeah, and like Ridley too, like he's gonna get plenty of opportunities. Metcalf should get plenty of opportunities. Like JMO, I don't love him as much in Eliminator. I love him in BBM, you know, where you want the spike weeks, but like, you know, sometimes he just kind of falls back in the offense, which is just what happens when you have two really good running backs. You have a you know, an elite number one, you have a good tight end. Like so JMO, like I haven't taken him a lot in the Eliminator, and if that bites me, then so be it. But he just doesn't get enough targets for me. I want those targets.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree. I will say if Devonta Smith's there, at least that's a stack. Stacking is less important in Eliminator just because, you know, we're head to head. We don't need to like have the max outcome. You know, you don't need to get 160 points, 170 points in a week. If you get 140, you're fine.
Yeah, you should be right, unless you run up one of those
Burrow
Chase teams that they put up 3 touchdowns, and it was like yikes. It'll be funny to watch people just absolutely melt down about quote unquote pod luck in the one-on-ones. Like, oh, I ran up against somebody, my team would be so good. Like, well, that's the format, right? Like, all right. So we did get Jameson Williams. He is sitting there.
I'd probably lean Devonta
over JMO. Really, I mean, I guess we do have Hurts. I like
the most sense.
I like JMO more than Devontae Smith just because. Like I think JMO actually sees more targets than Devontae will. Damn it. There was a small hope inside me that JMO made it back. All right. We got Hunter. You want to take Diggs?
I think Diggs is very good in this format.
Yeah, let's do that. All right. So far, again, when I draft with other people, I never have bye week issues, which is just absolutely awesome to me because when I draft by myself, I'm always like, fuck, I got 3 guys on 8. I can't take any more on 8. I don't know. Yeah. I like a lot of guys by week 8. It sucks.
Well,
many guys.
There's 6 teams. The crazy thing is, particularly tight ends, because 3 of the top 4 tight ends are by week 8. You know, McBride, Bowers, and Laporta.
Yeah. So Kittle's nice that he's late.
Yeah.
Have you thought about just doing a team of like everybody who has by week 12 or 14? Because there's actually good teams on by week 12 and 14. And if you make it to 14, you win 10 grand.
Yeah.
So have you thought about going after a let's win 10 grand team?
So it's one of those things where it's like, man, that would be amazing. But can you imagine getting there and being like, I just conceded the next round, you know?
Right. Yeah.
So it's, I don't know. I mean, I definitely stack ones. I've done teams where I've done essentially week 10 on. Everything is week 10 on. So, you know, I feel like that's interesting because I think when you get to week 9, it's like 500, and then I'm spreading out the week 10, 14, 11, 12 buys. So, you know, hopefully I'm still viable those weeks if I were to make it, but it's like I'm helping ensure that I get through like, you know, to at least $500+.
Yeah. Is there like a cap for you on rookies on your team in this? Like, hey, I don't want to get any more than 3 or whatever the case may be.
I don't know if it's specific cap, but I think they all need to make sense. And I do think most of them, their ADPs should change. I mean, a couple like Genty, Hampton are probably pretty locked in to what they are. But even a guy like Caleb Johnson, I'm really bullish on him overall. But I could see him taking a week or 2 to like iron out the role, you know. And, you know, same with like obviously Scattaboo and a few other running backs. And then like, the rookie wide receivers, I think pretty much all should be going outside of maybe T-Mac should be going like around later than they typically do. Now Golden, every other Packers receiver's gotten injured. So he just,
Golden has the rocket ship right now because like, it's just he's going to get the opportunities. Jaden Reed's hurt. Dobbs got hurt. I mean,
but then
stinks.
on the other hand, Love dealing with that injury, like he'll play, but what if he's not 100%? Like, do I want to invest in Packers pass catchers? Like
Josh Jacobs, baby, that's the way you play it right now.
That should very much be the alpha play.
All right, we are going to be up in 3 picks here. Obviously, Rashee Rice still hanging out there. Caleb Johnson, Mahomes, Downs. I don't really think we need a running back here.
Yeah,
see, this is where it gets to. Like, look, we have Devontae Smith and Diggs, and now look, it's like, Bueller. Like, what the hell do we do? We could just like pivot and just like we could take another wide receiver here, or we could grab, pull up one of these tight ends.
I think Downs is a good pick. I was hoping that we would take him.
Yep, I'm fine with Downs. Obviously, again, I know I've said it time and time again, but if anyone wants to go look at his first read target share, it is it is an elite status, by the way. It's like 33% or something like that. That's elite for anybody who tracks that.
No, it is.
We got Mahomes, Baker, Nix, Murray, Andrews, Kelsey. We could pull up Warren or Ingram.
Yeah. We could do like ETN because he might have more early season work. If you want to do a tight end, like a receiver, quarterback like Nix, we only got a couple seconds. I feel good about that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. He has some rushing upside too, which I like.
Exactly.
Yep. And I mean, I don't know how many eliminators you've done, but now that I've been doing these a lot more, the quarterbacks definitely go faster in this as well. We're going to get to, I bet, round 14 or 15, and you'll see guys that are not going, like Darnold's going to go there. You're going to see like Russell Wilson being pulled up. Like those guys just get pulled up so much more in this eliminator fashion, because I think people are really catching on to like hey, you don't want to be behind at quarterback because that is going to absolutely kill you.
Yeah, it's also one of those things like the people, not that I hope nobody's doing it, but taking 2 quarterbacks with the same buy, you sometimes see that in BBMs, but it's also those people who will take the elite quarterback and then they'll just literally throw in anyone. But that doesn't work in this format. And I really think 3 quarterbacks is still, it's definitely kind of the meta overall, but in this, I think it's so much more powerful. It's just going to pull guys up for sure.
I'm going to share a team with you, and I'll read what they put on Twitter here. This is an eliminator team, okay? So I'll start with the running backs because the quarterback is where it gets really interesting. Running backs: Najee Harris, Ramondre Stevenson, Zach Charbonnet, Tank Bigsby, Trey Benson, Braylon Allen, Nick Chubb. Wide receivers are Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, Marvin Harrison, Jamison Williams, Zay Flowers, and Steph Diggs. Tight ends, Laporta and Pitts. The quarterbacks, he says in his post, he did get pushed out. It is Russell Wilson, Jackson Dart, and Jameis Winston. For those of you who don't know, they are all on the same team, all on the same bye week. They are bye week 14.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that team and the if he makes it to 14, he's kind of now conceded, or he's going to lose probably because he has no quarterback.
Yeah, he's definitely dead if it makes that far, and that's not a great team to do it to ensure you have that team. I mean, it could obviously advance past week 1 because 6 of 12 is also a big factor there. And if Russ starts pretty well, like I could see it making it to the money. I do think the running backs are a little weak. I mean, some guys look a little better.
Yep.
This format is not one that I feel like zero RB is a great format. Even hero RB can be tough because, again, running backs score the most points. So you want to be, our team, we're going to win our RB1. We're going to win our RB2. We're going to win the flex. That's our goal. Every head-to-head matchup. And we have a good chance to do it with these 3 guys. So at least 2 of those 3, at least winning the 2 RB spots. So, if you're, I can't remember all the running backs he had, but it's like Charbonnet and Stevenson.
Yeah, he has Bigsby, Benson, Allen, Chubb. Like he has some guys that can put up some week 1 points for him. His wide receivers is where he's really stout. I mean, the wide receivers are excellent. Tight ends are good too, but that is hit him with a gritty. And for anybody who knows, like he does draft a little uniquely. But I saw him post that today. I'm like, I can't tell like if I actually like that team. But the quarterbacks are very interesting. We are up.
Probably go say Keon Coleman.
Say Coleman's nice.
Because, you know, as we talked about before, Shakir being out week 1, like Coleman could have some of his best usage early in the season.
Yeah, Coleman, I do like that. Let's take that. And then Charbonnet, Scatabo, Bigsby. We could take Tucker Kraft, and then Njoku's there. How do you want to play it?
I would probably look at I don't mind doing Kraft for a second tight end.
Okay. No Charbonnet.
Yeah, it's just those types of backs. I mean, unless Kenneth Walker misses, he's not going to hit your lineup too often. And that's the whole point about zero RBs. And you know, that team with him, with Gritty, Mike. Look, there's some guys right now who are in better positions than there aren't, but like a Trey Benson is not, you know, unless James Conner's hurt, like he's just not hitting your lineup. You know, I mean, yeah, he might get 5 points and so not getting a stone zero, but those types of backs I think are just really tough to really build out on, because in like a BBM format, you can start very slow. Like zero RB type backs hit every year. Guys like last year, it was guys like Rico Dowdle, Bucky Irving, Chase Brown. Guess what those guys didn't do? Score early. The only like zero RB back that scored early, even Chuba Hubbard, was much better later throughout the year than early. The only like late zero RB type back that scored early was Dobbins. So, you know, it's just very rare that those types of backs are hitting early and often. And that's why I would typically avoid that strategy in Eliminator.
Yep. Yeah, I saw that team and I was like, that is interesting. He could make it to week 14 and be fine, but yeah. There was something else I want. Oh yeah.
I will say in general, I think Russ is a very good like third quarterback for a limb, because he's going to start probably half the games. You know, for our team specifically, if he only starts half the games, he's not even covering a bye week. But there's plenty of teams out there. If you have like Jordan Love and you know,
I mean, you could take Allen, you know, like Allen or Jackson,
Josh Allen,
7,
and he's covering.
JJ McCarthy's on 6, like some of those guys, right? And again, like it always comes, every contest, it always comes down to building your team the right way for that contest. So I agree with you. Same thing with like Joe Flacco. He is a bye week 9. He's probably going to start out being the guy. So if you want to go get some Joe Flacco and cover your JJ McCarthy, Jordan Love teams, whatever, you know, that's probably a decent way to do it as well, because I don't think Joe Flacco comes out of the lineup before, you know, week 9, week 10.
Yeah, no, I agree. Definitely agree.
All right, what do we got? 5 picks left here. So we got Bigsby. Okay, no, Bigsby gone. Christian Kirk, Ray Davis. We got some quarterbacks: Tajay, Marvin Mims, Burden, Keenan Allen. Oh, nope, there goes Keenan Allen again. He's an eliminator ass pick too right now. Goddard, Kincaid, Pitts. How do we want to play this here?
I think receiver. Well, we'll see if it gets to us. For me, it'd be Marvin Mims, because we have Knicks. Mims was impressive in the preseason. He was a full-time receiver in the preseason game. That was very positive for his outlook to me.
Marvin Mims, come on down, join us. All right, so now do we want to go back to our running back at all? There's Tajay Spears, Jaden Blue.
Well, Spears is not a good pick with the injury.
Yeah, I just don't think like even in this build, like by the time he gets back, even if he misses, we wouldn't need him on this team.
I mean that's very fair.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind. Like I love Braylon Allen. I don't mind taking some Braylon Allen.
Jaden
Blue's interesting.
I was going to suggest pulling him up.
Ray Davis is still there, even though we have James Cook.
Yeah, I don't like handcuffing as much. I'm good with Braylon Allen. I think that's a good pull up here,
especially if Breece Hall gets traded.
Yeah, and just in general, I think he we talked about before, he could have the Monty role in this offense. That anytime he scores a touchdown, he could be live to, at least push for the flex. So
yeah, I like Braylon Allen. He was a good, productive college running back as well. He was fair in the games that he played last year. He wasn't great, wasn't awful. I don't think he really got like a true opportunity to like be the number one a lot. So I would be interested to see how he would fare if Breece Hall does get traded. I think he would handle a bulk of the work though, because he could be a 3-down back. Like I view him as that.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with that. And no, I mean he's looked good. He's gotten good camp buzz. Whether Hall's traded or not, it's also he could just be. We've seen it in this line system before. Jamal Williams led the league in touchdowns. David Montgomery has been a touchdown hammer. They like giving a bigger back touchdown role, and it sounds like they're the coaching staff talks about doing the same sort of thing. Like we're going to use multiple backs. Et cetera, et cetera. So I think he's a good pick.
All right. So just looking at our team here, how do you want to play? I know you're always a 3 quarterback guy. Do you still feel that way with Hurts and Nix? If so, who left is the one that's tickling your fancy?
I generally do think that makes the most sense. I would probably lean, I don't know if any of them will get back to us, with Geno, Sam Darnold, or Aaron Rodgers. I think particularly having quarterbacks with later buys, the Russ and some of those others, can't count on them as much. But those 3 guys should start all year. And Geno right now correlates with Ashton Genty at least.
Geno just went.
But I think Darnold or Rodgers are very fine picks.
Okay. If need be, I mean, Russ is there, so we could take.
Yeah, that would not be a terrible option.
We do have some running backs left here that aren't dog shit. Tight end did become a little less enticing. Obviously, Zach Ertz. Love Zach. Wait, Tuckercraft 5. So Henry, Strange, Ertz. I've been growing a lot more on Chig as well. Jatavian Sanders. Like we have some decent tight ends too. I'm assuming you just want to stick to 2.
I think in this build, probably. Okay. Yeah, I think it depends. If we get one of those tight ends that we like.
Yep. It's funny, Steve. I told this to Wiles today. I didn't really realize I was doing it until I went back and looked at my exposures for the Eliminator. I have to, if you want to see some Dusty Thielen exposure, go look at my Eliminators. He, to me, is an Eliminator ass pick. It's just, I didn't realize I had so much of him in the Eliminator. I'm like, oh boy. Like I'm like full fade in BBM and I'm full bore on in the Eliminator. I was like, oh no, I'm a Thielen guy in the Eliminator. Oh Jesus. You know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna earn a lot of money in Eliminator, and Thielen's gonna be on that team, and I'll never live it down. All right. So what do you want to do?
You want to go Ertz?
I mean, yeah, let's pump up. I only got 26%, baby. Let's pump those numbers up.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's a good pick.
Yeah. Yes, Steve. Yes, he is. He is a great pick down here. Yeah, top 10 guy. Just absolutely disrespected. All right. So let's see here. Running back, Rashad White, Algier, Garendo, Judkins, Dowdle. Wide receiver, we got Dobbs, Harris, Kyle Williams, Dusty, Cedric Tillman.
There's Thielen if you want to get
just more of them. Steve, I'm dead serious. I probably have like 20% M Thielen in the fucking Eliminator right now.
I think it's a strong pick for this format.
Yeah, I guess. God dang it. More Thielen. Jesus.
But it's also like, while our wide receivers, I think, are pretty decent, but it's only our second overlapping bye, right? And
yes, it's
week 14. Like Diggs and Thielen can be the veterans in the room for some of these younger guys like Mims and Coleman. I'm are you thinking like potentially like 3, 5, 8, 2?
We could go 5. I would really like it to be a guy that we feel has a little standalone upside. I don't want it to be a full like I wouldn't want it to be like a Keaton Mitchell or Sean Tucker or even like a Brooks. Like I like Brooks, but I don't love that as my 5th. I'd like him as the 6th. So like Dowdle is okay. I don't mind that. Algier, if somehow he made it back, that never mind. There goes Algier. Like, how do you feel about some of these guys? Like Jalen Wright, I liked, and I'm like, do I still like him? Roshan, same thing. I love Roshan, but it's like they don't ever talk about him. Like, do they hate him? I don't know what to do down here.
Yeah, no, I kind of see what you mean. So yeah, maybe we go 3-6-7-2. Because our receivers have caught up.
Yeah, what do we got? 6 receivers, so we would need one more. Which again, like if we need help week 1, we just went over guys that could potentially help us. Like Naylor's probably one of my favorite guys to get, that I'm like, you know what, I could use him for like 2 or 3 weeks, and he's probably going to be like a maybe one more kind of guy. Like he gets a long touchdown randomly or something, but in in the right build, like that's what you should do. Like that's what what makes sense to do on that. I like Hopkins a lot as well. I think he reminds me of Adam Thielen, except for just cooler than Adam Thielen. But he's like I feel like he's gonna click very well with Lamar Jackson. He's probably gonna be like never gonna get you 25 points, but never really gonna just get you 2. So like he feels like a good eliminator pick. And like we said, we've already went over some of the other guys, Ray McLeod, Jalen Naylor right there. I know people are Coke heads. I can't get on the board with that. I like Leggett a lot more. Adonai Mitchell took 6 targets last week. I mean, there's some guys. There's some guys.
Yeah, we can probably wait on receiver. It just saw Rodgers and Russ went. So quarterback's gotten super thin.
See, so where's the point of like where you're like, you know what, I'm not going to force it. We're riding with that, or do you always force it?
I don't know if I always force it, but I mean, I do think Joe Flacco is fine, even with the same bye as Hurts. It could just be starting. Just you'd be surprised how many times a third quarterback just pops into your lineup.
Yeah, so like, and that's the thing for me is like, so Flacco's on the same thing as Hurts. So we are already saying that we know 1 week it's only Knicks. What's the point of grabbing that when, I mean, how many times is Joe Flacco going to really beat out Hurts and Knicks? I would think I would agree with you if maybe it was like, I don't know, Dak Prescott and Stroud.
Yeah.
But like, we got 2 guys that for all intents purposes, if we're right, Joe Flacco shouldn't hit the lineup, right? Like,
no, I mean, that's true. But, I will say, like last year, if you had like Sam Darnold with Jaden Daniels, he would have hit your lineup like 5 times. So that and because I asked this, let's make a pick here.
We are up here. So Roshan, Woody Marks, Hopkins is there. Shipley, Mitchell, Allen, Hill,
Hopkins, I guess.
Oh God, where is he?
He's up top.
Oh no, my God, Steve, it's gonna take. Oh my God, Quinton Judkins. Where is he? Like he's right there. Oh, he was right under Cotton. We have Quinton. You know what? Dare to be different, Steve. Dare to be different. All right, we are up now.
Let's take Hopkins now.
He already went.
Oh, then Darius Slayton or De'Ami Brown. De'Ami Brown is a starter. Darius Slayton would have been the third week 14 bye. That's why I pivoted away.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, who knows? I'd love if the team gets to week 14.
I don't have like any Judkins, so we got to have one, Steve. If he actually plays, that could help us. I mean,
but he definitely is not going to play early. Like he is obviously bad for this format.
Yeah, it's not. You don't love it. You do not love it. But dare to be different. We again, like if we're right, like these guys really shouldn't hit the lineup past these guys a ton.
I mean, do you want to go?
So quarterback, we got Daniel Jones, Shadur, Jackson Dart.
You want to go 7 running backs?
Yeah, Steve, I'm fine going 2 quarterbacks. Like that's like,
I mean, at this point, like, I think it makes sense, especially knowing that Judkins is probably never going to hit our lineup.
So then who down here do we like? I mean, we got Mitchell, Hunt, Hill, Sean Tucker, Brooks, Monogonai, Corum, Giddens, Ollie Gordon, like Jacquez Hunter.
Yeah, no, it's gotten thin. I'd probably point to like these are more just total contingent plays, but Kyle Monangai, Taj Brooks, DJ Giddens.
Well,
Blake
Giddens, we have
Cormier.
Taylor.
Yeah, that's true. Justice Hill will be out on the field. I think Hill will be out on the field more than Mitchell in my book. But Mitchell, I think, has higher upside if anything happens to Henry.
Do you like Corum or Jarquez Hunter at all?
I'm starting to take a little bit more
Ollie
Corum.
Gordon.
I think Corum is definitely the number 2 back right now in LA. Hunter is more like spike, big play upside.
Yeah, there's Marshawn Lloyd as well. Yeah. I mean, Damian Pierce. You want to talk about
who knows about Houston?
Early?
Yeah. I just think we need bodies to help balance out. I mean, obviously we're counting on the top 4 backs, but I just don't want it to get to a situation where, so I'd probably lean like Hill and Monangai would be my top 2. I think Hill's actually a very safe pick because I think he retains the passing role that he had last year. I don't think Mitchell plays into that. And then Monangai could be like a upside swing.
I mean, what do we want here? Damn. I don't know. I mean, like it's the, do we just take the points or do we go for like he could be the lead back at the end of the year kind of ordeal? You know what? Let's take Monangai.
Well, I mean, we could get both, obviously.
Yeah, let's take that. And then, yeah, that's true. We could, we can just take both of them.
Because I don't think we need another receiver. I think we're good at tight end.
Receivers, we had to have like Pat Bryant. There's Jalen Naylor.
Yeah.
Ray.
I think we just, initially I thought we would go one of those receivers, but I think we just take Justice Hill here and kind of treat like the Judkins pick is just the guy got injured.
2772. I have no 2772s in the eliminator.
It is definitely a more unique build.
Yes, it is. Yeah. If a couple of these running back, like outside of the Genty, Taylor, Cook, if a couple of these guys hit like our lineup a few weeks, like that will help a lot, especially because our wide receivers like aren't like strong. They could have strong weeks, but a couple of these guys, like like De'Ami Brown, his floor is really low with like potential spike weeks. Marvin Mims like could, but if Pat Bryant takes over, like he could be just dog walked off the field. So yeah, I feel like our running backs really got to kind of hang the team on their shoulders a little bit. Now the nice thing is we do have 2 really good quarterbacks, so that helps.
I mean, I think we like if the optimist side of it, we have 2 quarterbacks who can be. I mean, they're both top 10 quarterbacks last year. We have 2 tight ends who were both top 10 tight ends last year.
That was hey, you've seen it now, Steve and I. That's not our first time that we've been talking. And you're like, oh yeah, I'm like, oh shit, where is it? It gets after. You know what? I should have my phone up. It would have been a lot easier to find on the phone. That's why I'm a phone drafter. I'm sorry. OJ Simpson next. Wow says an accidental pick made him 10K. So there's always a chance. Ouch. Okay. All right.
But in general, like we should be good at quarterback. We should be good at tight end. Our running backs and the flex should be pretty good, even with just those top 4 guys. But I think Hill and Monangai add some depth there. And then the receivers, we don't have any like true alphas, but again, the optimist case, like Steph Diggs, he was wide receiver 12 when he got injured last year. And that was as the number 2 to Nico. Adam Thielen the last 2 years has been top 30 points per game receiver. De'Ami Brown was running with the starters. Marvin Mims running with the starters. I think Keon Coleman, especially early on with Shakir, could probably come back slow, could be really good. So, I don't know if this team has major staying power. we'll probably be typically behind at receiver, but if we're so far ahead at quarterback and running back and flex and tight end, it might be okay.
Yep. Yeah. Could have been worse, fam. Could have been worse. All right. So we want to swap over and do an MMG.
Yeah.
All right. We are going to change it up on you guys and do an MMG. Let me again get it in on the phone. Feels better. So for anybody who wants to join into the MMG, again, Ballers on a Budget is $5. So feel free to jump in with us. I will count it down now. Hold on here. I'll pull it up on the screen so everyone knows. This one right here, MMG Best Ball League, 50 entry max, 30K up top. All right. If we are ready, let's get to it, y'all. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And away we go. 3 more to start, 2 more to start. Pull it up here for everybody. MMG, go to draft. All right, here we go. Draft starting soon. Nice. We got, Wiles is in here with us. He is right in front of us at the 2 spot. Steve, we are at the 3 spot. Let's see. Anybody else that we know? I don't think so. A lot of non-badgies. All right. There's of course we're in the 4 in a row of red badgies.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, but no, I don't think I recognize anyone else.
No. All right, Wiles, let's do it. Your team and our team, the ones who have to advance out of here. All right. No cannibalizing each other now. FK Cooler says, I already maxed MMG with all slows, but these draft rooms are, let's say, interesting to be nice. It's funny you say that. Wiles has also mentioned that to me about these being very soft, and he has gotten a lot of like different combos that he hasn't gotten in like, BBM and whatnot. So yeah,
I will agree with that as well.
Yeah, say there are some opportunities to be had in the MMG streets. All right, draft is live. Here we go. Let's see what we do. Steve, where do you feel like going here, by the way? Let's just say he's taking Bijan. Where do you want to go? He took CD.
Okay, then I'd go Bijan.
Okay, yeah, let's just take Bijan. That works.
Yeah, but if had he taken Bijan, for me, it then becomes a toss-up between Lamb or Barkley. I have Jefferson as 6, Gibbs is 5th, but sometimes I pull Gibbs up a little bit just to mix it up. But I think we know Barkley's upside in this Eagles offense. We know what Lamb can be with a healthy Dak. I mean, what happened 2 years ago. So that's how I'm kind of playing those 2 teams. But yeah, Bijan is my number 2, and very happy to get him at 3.
Yeah, fine by me. Wild says he needs to do 12 more to max. Not sure.
There's always the slow streets.
Oh, there you go, Wild. He's talking to you. He's talking to you. Get in the slows, baby. I was against it. I was against it. I'm more bought in now, especially as a guy with 2 kids and not a lot of time on my hands.
Yeah.
The slows do help.
Yeah, now I mean the clock will change in like 2 weeks, so keep that in mind. It'll go down to 4 hours, but even that week isn't too bad. It's when it gets to an hour that it gets crazy. But by then these should pretty much be wrapped up.
Yeah. The 4 hours though, like do they change it at all when it goes to nighttime? Because like what if somebody makes a pick at 2 a.m.?
Yeah, I can't remember what it is at night for the 4 hour, because it's about a week worth of 4 hour clock.
Okay. Yeah. The hours that would be pretty electric.
Yeah.
Again, I'm new to the slow street, so I didn't really get balls wet on the whole 1 hour per pick kind of ordeal. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, when it gets down to 1 hour, it gets crazy. It can get crazy.
At that point, that's where I might need to just set some time to myself and just go after the fast.
Yeah, agreed. Well, I think once the clock goes to 1 hour, they don't even offer slows anymore. But it's like
okay.
You're still on drafts that are now down to just 1 hour clock.
Yep. Well, we're gonna be coming up here in 4 picks, Steve. So we are ahead a while, so we can talk this out. Puka, AJ Brown, Bowers. Why is Puka still there?
I think.
God dang it! Who does that guy? CMC and Puka.
Yeah.
Nice ball there.
The Stafford concern,
I get it, but geez. All right. Brock Bowers, Taylor, Tyreek, Chase Brown, Jacobs, Higgins. I am in on either taking Chase Brown or Bowers personally.
Let's go Chase Brown. And Bowers is always fun, but I like this double RB start.
Yeah. Wild 6 Bowers. Kind of figured that. So coming back around, I know Wiles is there. If I know him, he's probably never mind. He may not take a running back here now. He might just grab a wide receiver. Hampton, Hall, Kyron are down there, or we can take Trey McBride. I like Higgins a lot, you know that. With Garrett Wilson, Adams, JSN. I don't think I want to take Adams because I have so much. I have very little Wilson and JSN. How do you want to play this?
I'd probably lean McBride.
I like that. 11. Man, if that dude gets the same production he did last year, but actually scores touchdowns, that's your tight end 1 for the year.
Yeah. And also I like taking McBride because in the previous round, we decided not to take Bowers. So if McBride outscores Bowers, we've made a leverage play already.
Yep.
And, we're doing like a 2v2 swap versus, what Wiles went quarterback. So it's not the exact same, but we went like running back, tight end. But I don't know. I think it could really pay out. And then of course, McBride, Brown, if we can get this team to the finals, they play each other. So there's week 17 correlation. And I'm sorry, I did have you, did you want to put it back the week 16, 17 playoffs?
Oh, yes. Oh, wait, here. 16, 17. All right, there we go.
You probably need a refresh up top. Oh, no, it did come up. Okay.
No, yeah, it came up there. Yep.
Okay. So yeah, I like this start. I mean, Bijan, Chase Brown, McBride. Yeah, we need to catch up at receiver, but we could be very, very strong at running back and tight end.
So where are we going to be at here? We're in 10 picks, so that's going to take us to 46, somewhere in this range.
This is a good receiver range.
Yeah, Moore, Pickens, J-Mo, Sutton. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we could grab 2 of these guys.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah. Maybe we get a fall. Oh, there goes Terry. All right. Terry over Wilson, Adams.
Wow. That's interesting.
Again, we saw Terry. Hey, there has been video of him talking to Adam Peters. Lip readers went out there, and I did see somebody say it looks like Terry said something about, I was going to reach out to you. I just want to play ball. I'm hoping, saw reports today, looks like they may land on around 28 million. I think what they're going to do is stick around that number, but give him a lot of guaranteed money. I think that'll benefit him as well as an older receiver. Injuries pop up every now and again. Guaranteed money is never a bad thing at an older age. That's ideally, I think, what will benefit him and what he will be okay with. Also, his agent is an absolute idiot. So I saw a lot of people dogging his agent because his agent is an agent for a lot of other guys, and people have been dogging him. So hopefully Terry just comes back, because I'm starting to get just a little scared. All right. Breece Hall, or we have Rice, Worthy, Moore, Williams, Sutton.
I like Rice or Sutton.
Yeah, I like Sutton. Is there other guy there that you said Rice?
I'm sorry, Worthy.
Oh, okay. Let's let's take Sutton. I like as our first one. I want somebody who's going to get a lot of targets.
Mm-hmm.
There goes Worthy to Wiles.
But I'm not too in on Rice just because we don't know what the situation is yet. But maybe I will, Mike. Maybe I will.
Steve, yeah. When it gets down to we're up here real quick. Devontae Smith. You Ridley or Ridley? Yeah, say Ridley. I like that as well.
Ridley and Cam Ward had a great connection in the preseason game. It really had 3 catches for 50 yards. Like, I just think he's going to get so many targets.
Yeah.
And I've talked about before, you look at from like raw numbers and even relatively points per game, Ridley and Flowers had essentially the same point production last year. Flowers had an MVP quarterback. Kevin Ridley had Will Levis. Like, one of these things is changing in a positive way. And it's, Ridley, Cam Ward, I don't care what he is, he's going to be a better quarterback than Will Levis.
He definitely should be. If he isn't, then the Titans are in massive trouble.
Yeah, exactly.
Nonsense Media checking in says Steve-O, the GOAT, back at it. FK Coolers, is anyone else concerned with how old the core of Commanders skill players are? Might actually be oldest average. They are the oldest average age in the league for sure. I'm not, because of what they did last year. It's like you have veteran presence. Now, are they a team that's like the Chiefs from like 6 years ago where they're like lighting it up? No, but they're going to dog you in and out all the time because they're just veteran presence. They know football. So I'm not overly concerned with that. It does suck looking at it as the old players can get injured a little easier. That stinks. But outside of that, like, I'm not worried about it. And some of their younger players are very good. I don't know if you've seen Connerly out there, but that dude looks as advertised. That's a great offensive lineman pick.
No, and what I will say is you do worry about the risk, and we've seen some teams like when Mike McDaniel got to the Dolphins, what did they do? They went and traded for a bunch of veterans. They signed a bunch of veterans, and when Tua was healthy, they made some nice runs. Unfortunately, Tua health issue became a factor, but now it's like starting to crumble. They had to trade away Ramsey, they trade away Jonnu, Tyreek is Tyreek. So you do run that risk, like you could jump in that window really quick, but you want to make sure you're not shortening the window. And that's the slight concern. I do think Washington drafted relatively well last year. Not just Jaden, but other picks. And I think Connerly and Amos in particular were really good picks this year. But the fact is, like, a lot of these veterans are going to be done in a year, maybe two. So you need to backfill. You need to make sure you can, be ready to go, because if Jaden continues to be like what he was as a rookie, we have a long runway. We don't want to, sprinkle it out.
We are up. We got Jennings, Caleb, Jordan Addison, Jerry Jeudy, Myers, Montgomery, Pacheco, Laporta, Golden.
I don't mind Golden. I don't mind Jacoby or even Addison.
You know what? I have no Addison.
Okay. Woo.
Yeah.
I was worried.
Let's do a little Addison. That now, do you want to take another wide receiver here, or do you want to flop over and grab like Monty, Pollard's down there?
I think another wide receiver.
Okay, another wide receiver. Okay. I mean, Jerry Judy's there if you want some targets. Golden again, I like the upside of Golden.
I think either one of those. I'm kind of bullish on Jacoby Myers. Another situation where you look down the stretch last year, he was really good, and his quarterback play got way upgraded this year.
Yeah, they did add pieces around him. Of course, Jake takes Golden. Caleb Johnson just still sitting there. God, I love Caleb Johnson, but I have 23%. So if we want to pivot to Jacoby Myers, that's okay.
Yeah, let's go to Jacoby. The thing I'll say, they added pieces, but it's 4th round Dante Thornton, and it's 2nd round Jack Betch.
Yeah.
But Myers is probably the clear number one. And Myers, he, the first 5-6 games, he was competing with Devontae Adams. So there's just no Devontae Adams. Bowers is the true number one in this offense, but Myers is the number one receiver, I feel like.
Yeah, he should be. I know Trey Tucker has, again, flashed in preseason, pops his head back up. So is it going to be him? Yeah. Is it going to be Thornton? But you're right. Like, Jack Betch actually has not been very good so far.
Yeah.
So that kind of stinks for him. But do you feel like they're a team that could go trade for a wide receiver at all? Or do you think that they're just going to kind of ride this season out and see what happens?
My guess is they ride it with these young guys. Like you said, Trey Tucker is still in the mix. He's in his 3rd year. They have Besh. They have Besh and Thornton. So my guess is they ride it with these young guys. Because when you have a guy like Brock, it's the same with the Cardinals. Cardinals, we're debating, is it Zay Jones? Is it Michael Wilson for the number 2 receiver? But really the Cardinals are McBride and Harrison. They don't really care beyond that. I actually agree with FK's point here. Like, Thornton's going to be a true boom bust guy, and that's honestly been Trey Tucker as well. Besh is the one who could compete for actual, if he steps up. But I don't know. I think Myers and Geno could have a really nice connection. And like I said, I mean, I expect Brock Bowers to be one of the leaders in targets this year, but Myers is probably just walking into 140 targets.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, again, like Jacoby Myers feels like such an eliminator pick too, where it's just you just know what you're getting.
He is, and I mentioned this in the article and on the show. Like, he played 15 games last year. In 9 of those 15 games, he had 10 or more fantasy points. Somebody like Jaden Reed, who played 17 games last year, had only 7 10 or more fantasy point games, and they go roughly in the same area.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, just Myers was very consistent.
Okay,
He
coming
also
up
helps with having Addison miss the first couple weeks.
Yeah. Coming up here, Mason, Higgins, Mooney, Pittman, Cup, Kyler Murray, Bo Nix, Mark Andrews, ETN.
Do you want to go a quarterback to lock that up?
That's fine. Do you want to get Nix because we have Sutton?
Yeah, Nix or Kyler with McBride, either one.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Which one, Steve? Which one?
Let's go Kyler.
I literally have 9.5 of both of them, so I'm split.
I mean, technically, there's a chance we could get both if you want to take both and be done. Never mind. Somebody ruined our fun.
Yeah, Freyunda. Golly. Yeah, I mean ETN's there if we want to take that.
Higgins or ETN.
What do we got? 2.
Yeah, let's go ETN.
Yeah, let's take that. Though I've tried to stay away from the Jacksonville backfield just because I think there's just so much uncertainty. If any, I mean, Bigsby's the guy I like taking the most. But they could just literally be a 3-headed monster, and none of them are truly like awesome on week-to-week basis.
I currently have it the most of Bigsby, ETN next, and then like Tootin much lower. But yeah, it's tough. But I like Bigsby ETN for this build. Like, we got our 2 studs. ETN has a lot of potential upside. Yeah, I totally agree with FK. Like,
yeah,
you looked at his stats, particularly last year, but just in recent years, he's actually been better. Just while we're on this break, do you mind typing his name in the chat or in the not chat, but the player pool there?
Myers?
Yeah. And just click on it just to see. Like, I think people don't realize, 74 fantasy points and 183 these last 2 years with the Raiders. Like, those are big boy numbers. I don't think people realize like how, and like I said, last year was in 15 games. So, his points per game are very strong, and just for the range that he's going, he should probably go at least a round earlier, particularly since we know he's getting a quarterback upgrade.
Yeah, Jacoby Myers is as solid as they come. Again, very good eliminator pick. All right, so what are we here? We're 1, 3, 4, 1. Okay. So 7 picks away. That's going to put us right here in the Bateman, Burden, Goff, Kraft, Tajay.
We could do JJ McCarthy as a second quarterback.
We could do that. That is true. Unless we want to do 3 and take like Cam Ward and Geno.
Yeah. No, that's good.
I mean, Geno would be on the same as Kyler, but I mean, that doesn't really kill it for me personally. Or we could do JJ and like Cam Ward.
Yeah. Can you scroll to the top?
That's the top.
Yeah. I mean, there's still definitely not really taking Mooney now, but I think Shaheed is a fine pick. Bateman, I think, is a fine pick.
Yeah, so I like Bateman there. I still like Trey Harris, but he falls, so you don't have to do. I also don't hate Christian Kirk either.
Kirk's a solid pick. So yeah, let's go receiver here, I think.
Well, do we want Bateman, who is probably maybe a little better than Kirk, or do we take Kirk with we could also take Stroud?
That's a good point.
Keenan Allen once again just going well higher. How do we want to play that? We can take either.
Let's go Bateman. I think we could just go with the better player.
Okay.
I think he is the better player, and
I agree. Yeah. And then do we want JJ? Do we want where's Cam Ward go? He's down here a little bit though, right?
Yeah, like 150.
Yeah, right there. So we could wait on him if we want that. Do we want JJ? Or yeah, Javante. I don't know if we need that.
I think I would lean JJ here.
Ferguson's there. Okay, you want to take JJ?
Yeah, it's right at ADP. I think it just fits perfectly. Can obviously still tack on like Cam Ward, but it's I like where we're at.
Okay. Just we'll look at the running backs here. So we got Spears, Judkins, Javante, Tootin, Bigsby, Benson, Najee, Rashad White, Blue, Garendo, Algier. So there's still a couple guys because I mean, what do we have here? 3. Yeah, there's still a couple guys there that are fine picks. I wouldn't hate getting Cam Ward on this team, and if somehow Ferguson makes it back, I don't hate that. That's a really nice duo pairing of tight ends. Or we just wait and we take like a Chig and go Ward, Ridley, and Chig.
I like that.
Yeah,
I think we're in a good spot.
I wrote an article when I worked for the other 4-lettered company about tight ends that could bust out, and it was after Chig had that really nice season like 3 seasons ago. I wrote he was tight end 6 on a per game basis. And then what did he do the next year? Just absolutely shit the bed. So like it had a bad taste in my mouth about Chig. I'm like, he spurned me. What a guy. And now they're like, hey, you know what? Like we like Chig. He's a good player. We're going to
give him every snap. Yeah.
I'm like, God.
But that was the problem is last year he was splitting time with Josh Weil and all these other guys. And you're like, geez. But no, apparently he's earned the role.
Yeah. HGTV? Question mark? Homegrown TV, baby.
So let's see, coming up in 8.
Yeah, so 7 will be right in this range here.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe a running back we pull up.
We got Benson Harris, Rashad White, Jaden Blue. We could take the shot on Blue. We could take Najee.
There was a name that I was going to say pull up a little bit more. Did he go?
Who?
That's it right there. Braylon Allen.
Oh, really? Yeah, like some Braylon Allen. And again, Jake's behind us, so it doesn't matter that we talk like that. Yeah, never mind. Algier, we can't do that. Garendo's not terrible either.
I don't know when he's expected back, though. I worry about his injury.
Do you like Jordan James?
He's injured also.
Well, CMC's probably going to fall suit too. That's what happens to the Niners.
Braylon.
Oh, fucking Alpha, are you in here? Show yourself. Don't lie to us. Yeah, shit.
What's tight end looking like?
Strange, likely Henry Ertz.
He's Strange because he's the same buy.
Yeah.
Look at receiver real quick.
We got Brown, Kyle Williams. I mean, I don't mind like Palmer
or Tillman. Yeah, do one of them, Palmer or Tillman.
You know what? Just because, like, I don't know. I've seen some smart people say that they like Josh Palmer. And I don't have a lot of them. So I know it's the same bye week as Bateman, but they're in the back here, so it doesn't matter.
Let's make sure we don't get Judkins this time. So let's cue somebody up.
Yeah, we don't want Judkins again. Running backs, do you want to pull up any of these guys? Do we want to go get Cam Ward? I know it'd be 11 spots before. But
actually, let's get Cam Ward because I don't think he falls back to us. I think he's been rising up. A couple weeks ago, you could give him in the 160s, not anymore. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like, let's be set and done. We'll catch up at running back, get another tight end. I think our receiver room's pretty strong, considering we started with a couple running backs early and waited on a receiver. I mean, Sutton, Ridley, Addison, obviously the first 3 games, but Jacoby Myers and Bateman and Palmer. I mean, they're maybe the number 2 or number 3 receiver, but they're like 2 of the best offenses in the league. Like, there's just going to filter. They'll have some spike weeks. Bateman and Zay Flowers both had the same number of top, wide receivers ranked 1 through 12 weeks last year in 3. And you get one at 55 and one at 115.
Yeah, I was big in on Bateman last year as well. And he signed an extension. Like, they clearly like him. He performed well. I think he had a rocky start there to his career, and then I don't know, something's
a lot of
clicking with him now.
injuries and
but I also don't mind our like, I don't have a quarterback trio anywhere near as unique as this, like the Murray McCarthy board. So I like that, having that trio there for us as well.
Yeah. So we need some help at running back, but we're anchored by Bijan and Chase Brown.
Yeah.
I mean, that feels good.
It does, yes. I don't mind the team the way that it looks here with only 3 RBs when you have Bijan and Chase.
And then an elite tight end, like you said, if we end up with just McBride and Chig, I think we're fine.
Yeah, I think so too. That makes sense to me. All right, so we don't need any more quarterbacks. I'm going to filter them out. Where does Chig go? Are we going to need to
180-ish?
Yeah, right there at 189.
Yeah.
All right, so running back wise, Rachaad White, Garendo, Chubb. I don't mind taking
Rachaad White would be a fall. Eckler or Ford, I think, are really good picks. Ford especially, like he's probably the starting running back for Cleveland. I mean, Sampson will work in there.
People hate Jerome Ford, damn it. You should have been listening earlier. I always love myself some Jerome Ford.
Yeah, I think assuming these guys aren't in here and take them, I think we take Ford. I would take Ford. I mean, the fall on White is interesting, but let's go Ford first.
Say Rachaad White's obviously interesting, but all right. Jerome Ford. Jake takes Geno.
Yeah. No, that's
I think he has a I think he had some. Oh yeah, that's right. He has Bowers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one to have.
Yeah, that's probably the one you want. Dowdle goes. What do we want to do here? Do we want to take Chig, or do we want to get
go? Oh boy,
we got 5
go up. Do you want Jalen Wright?
We did not get there.
It's all good.
I mean, it's only it's like a round before for Chig, but at least now we're not wiped out.
That is a tough thing when you're on an edge. Like it's 18 picks before it comes back to us. Like he might not have been there.
Yeah, and I like just getting the stack. I mean, again, we're in round 15. I mean, you're throwing some darts now anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But
Jake broke our heart with Rico Dowdle. I think we both wanted him.
We had so we got we got both of our tight ends paired up with quarterbacks as well. We obviously are stacked up with Ridley there, stacked up with Addison. We do have that's right. Yeah, we're good there. So yeah, everyone's stacked. We're looking pretty good on the bye weeks as well here. Bye week bros would be happy. All right, let's look at running back here. So we got Chubb, Wright, Roschon, Sanders, Brashard Smith, Taj Brooks, Giddens, Hill, Jarquez. Well, I'm assuming Bill went. Did Bill go?
Yeah, he must have. I think he went even before our last pick.
Right there. 13-7 is where he 151.
Wow.
Steve, when we talked about him a little over a month ago, he wasn't even being drafted. People were like, who the hell is Ja'Cory Grossi-Merritt?
Look, I like him, but it's like I can't. It's so hard for me to take him above Eckler. Like, I know Eckler is going to get me fantasy points.
Yeah. I know. It's just it's the unknown, Steve. At the end of the year, Ja'Cory could be the guy you need on Washington. I like that.
No, he couldn't. I won some of them. I just wish he would go with some of these other like kind of like contingent. Like Kyle Monanga is the same bet. It's the same. Literally seventh rounder could be the number 2. Like take over a significant role. Yeah, it's just wild to me, like how much he's gotten steamed up for some of these other rookies.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Bill's on a good offense. He's shown some stuff. Now he has a little bit of a shoulder injury, but I don't think it's anything to be concerned about. Also, I don't know if you saw the cool video of them doing that drill where they're jumping over the pads like they're getting into a goal line. And he did clear. He could jump the highest. Just a interesting little tidbit for him.
Yeah, he could be the goal line back, just leaping over the pile.
That's what we want on Underdog is somebody leaping into the end zone. So I don't think it's a bad pick. I think it's fine. I do think that he's steamed up a little bit too much. Like maybe going in like the 16th and the 16th round.
Yeah,
fine,
if he was going right here at 190, I'd take him every time. But he's going 150.
Yeah, it's too much. Too much. Steve, maybe he makes it all the way back to us. Just
that'd be wild because
if not, I don't mind taking
I think we go Taj.
Oh shit, we got Chase Brown though.
Yeah, I mean it would be a handcuff, but
yeah, I don't know how you feel about that. Are you fine with that?
Not terrible when it's that split out, like
okay.
But I think Giddens wouldn't be in play. You could say Hill.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't even hate Blake Corum in this kind of fashion. Do you like Brashad Smith at all? I know you've mentioned
I'm not
him
taking
before.
him as much right now. I think I'm kind of pulled off of him of late.
What about Marshawn Lloyd?
I've taken him some. Now that he's back at practice, I'm interested again.
Well, Steve, you made it all the way back to us, so we'll just
okay.
Right.
I mean,
that worked out.
I get he didn't look the greatest, but he's still probably the number 2 back for the Dolphins, especially with Madison getting hurt. Like I think Ollie Gordon's going to get mixed in, but okay.
Yeah, that worked out for us there, waiting on Jalen, right? See, that was by design. Mike Robb saying my fingers aren't so nimble. Listen, sometimes it just let the experts work, Mike Robb. All right. So just hang tight there, brother.
Are you thinking 7 or 8 receivers and 5 or 6 run? Like what do you think the build ends up being?
Let's take a look at running back here. Or Pierce, Wilson, Slayton, Royals, Calvin Austin. Like I honestly, man, I'd rather take another running back here.
Okay. I'm good with that.
You want to take Brooks or Gidden?
I think Brooks could be interesting. Like I like handcuffing a lot more when we do 6 backs. And then it's like I think we have the Bengals backfield, which is one of the best offenses in the league.
I like that. I'm fine with that. And then we'll take a wide receiver here. So Pierce, Wilson, Slayton, Royals, Calvin Austin, Yoshi Voss, Tyler Lockett, Ray, Ayamanor. I mean, there's Josh Reynolds, Roman Wilson. I don't hate that either. We could take Jalen Naylor and just make sure we get points instead of Addison there for those weeks. Adonai Mitchell is interesting.
I mean, Naylor wouldn't be
Trey Tucker, Kavontae Turpin.
Yeah.
There's that 1.1% of MVS you made me take.
But I mean, I honestly would say like somebody like Ray or Lockett, I think are pretty solid. We could do the Naylor pick. It's interesting because we do have Addison, so it like just covers those weeks. And he might, he had a couple usable weeks last year throughout because he was kind of the wide receiver 3. But no, I think Ray, boy, if something is wrong with Mooney, Ray could end up being a pretty decent pick.
Yeah. I mean, like Roman Wilson's interesting to me too because Calvin Austin is currently hurt. Roman Wilson opened up with the starting offense. So Roman Wilson's interesting to me too, especially because like it's DK and then they have the tight ends. I know they want to run the ball, but Roman Wilson, we liked him last year a whole lot. So he is interesting to me too. Throw him up there.
Oh wow, Pearson Slayton. I don't get Slayton, the fall for Slayton. Like he's like the clear number 2.
You think so over Wandale?
I mean, Wandale might get more targets, but Slayton is going to have more, should have more yards. He missed multiple games last year, and I think he ended up with more yards than Wandale last year. And he just has a much better touchdown profile. Okay, Wandale had a little over 600, but it must have been points per game or like yards per game. I just think Slayton is like the X, and the Giants will be in 3 wide sets most of the time. So I think it's going to be Neighbors, Slayton, and Wandale. And Wandale could get more targets, but I don't know. I think Slayton has a much higher touchdown upside than like Wandale's never going to score 5 to 7 touchdowns. Slayton's done that with like terrible quarterback play in the past. And I think his quarterback play is upgraded this year in both Russ and Dart.
So what about Michael Wilson then? Because Michael Wilson also probably the number 2 there. I mean, obviously, you got McBride, but
yeah,
like, do they have anybody else besides Marvin Harrison?
Well, what was interesting in the playoff game, Zay Jones played more than than Michael Wilson.
Yeah, that's true. Zay Jones, he randomly pops his little ass head up. So are we taking Ray here, or?
I'm good. I mean, I think Slayton's probably the better pick, but I like Ray as well.
Was that 5? It's 14. I mean, either one's good. You know what, man? I don't know. Okay, well, what? We have Bijan. Let's we'll ride that out. Yeah.
No, I like how this turned out.
3672. So we ended with Kyler Murray, JJ McCarthy, Cam Ward, Bijan, Chase Brown, Travis Etienne, Jerome Ford, Jalen Wright, and Taj Brooks. Cortland Sutton, Calvin Ridley, Jordan Addison, Jacoby Myers, Rashad Bateman, Josh Palmer, Ray McLeod, Trey McBride, Chig Okonkwo for a 3672 build. As I read it down too, it's nice that we took Ray actually, because Jordan Addison, if he's missing 3, if Mooney isn't right, like that's where our points are coming from for that, like, or potential.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's look at Wiles' team too, because he was in here with us. 2682. Lamar Jackson, Geno Smith, David Montgomery, J.K. Dobbins, Dylan Sampson, Tajay Spears, Rico Dowdle, and Keaton Mitchell.
Nice fall on Spears.
Yeah, it looks like he played the bye week game well too. I know his running back room isn't solid. Like, Montgomery's fine, Dobbins is good, Sampson could be good. Spears is a little banged up now, but like, he played the bye week very well there. I like that. CeeDee Lamb, Xavier Worthy, DJ Moore, Matt Golden, Christian Kirk, Cedric Tillman, DeAndre Hopkins, and Trey Tucker. Again, played the bye weeks fairly decent here. Very good, nice little core of wide receivers there. Good upside guys down here too. Boomer bust homie down here. Oh God, this did this yesterday too. There we go. And then Brock Bowers and Mark Andrews, 2 very good tight ends. Hey, that's a pretty good. That's a pretty well built team. I think he needs just a small smidge of help at running back. Overall, though, pretty well built. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's, Lamar, Geno, and stacked up with the tight ends, and the running back room is, I think, behind. But I do like that he got value on like Samp or on Spears. Yeah, collectively, he should have enough usable weeks. He won't probably need either Andrews or his receivers to fill in the flex a little bit more than say we will. But I think it's definitely workable. And yeah, I mean, the receiver depth is very impressive. Like, Tillman is your 6, Hopkins thrown in there as another stack. Trey Tucker is a spike week guy. Yeah. And also stack. So yeah, no, I like how that turned out.
Yeah. Pretty nice overall team there, Wiles. All right. Well, that does it for us. Steve, you've been going strong for 3 hours and 27 minutes.
I actually might do one more draft. So
sweet Jesus. You don't need to pee? Do you need me to filibuster while you go pee or something?
No, I'm good. I think I'm gonna do one more draft. I'm in a zone. So
he's in a zone, he's seeing it.
So I just figured I would do one more while I already have the stream going. So anyone who's still here, we'll do another draft. But no, I had fun drafting with you, Andrew, as always. I think we draft some good teams and mix it up with the Eliminator and then back to the MMG.
Yeah, what are you drafting for the good people here?
I was probably gonna do I was debating either I don't know. I probably can't fill a marathon room. I'd love to do a marathon. I was thinking of doing a puppy 3 or a BBM.
Okay. It's funny, just because we don't know how to minimize our screens, everyone can see the bankroll at the top. So people who just saw mine that showed $10, now they see Steve's. Yeah, you're back in the big time streets, people. You are back in the big time streets.
Oh,
I know there's a way to like minimize that where you can like scroll that down so people don't see that. I don't know how to do it either. So I always just like, I'm like, oh, people are gonna see like, oh, this dude constantly is poor.
It's all good.
All right, Steve. Well, hey, best of luck, and everyone, I will catch you guys again next Monday back on the BBM journey with Bruni. I will see you all then. Later, Steve.
All right. Later. Have a good one. All right, I will move the camera back up to the top, just since it's just me. So what does everyone want to draft? Anyone interested in doing like a marathon or a sprint? Like I said, I would do a puppy or even a BBM. Let me know. Hit it up in the chat. Let me look at my slows real quick just to make sure I'm not up on any. Okay, I have a couple for 1 hour, so let me plow through these slows real quick. Just the 1 hour one. So mention in chat if you'd like to do anything in particular. I will take the burrow pick here. I do have some Husky 2 left, so I see Mitch mentioned that. So I could maybe do that. Let me just finish these last 3 1 hour slows, and then we will decide. So if anyone else is interested in jumping in a draft, just write in there what you'd feel like doing. And, you know, the problem with marathon and sprint, like sometimes we can film, sometimes we can't. I'm happy to check on them, but, you know, it can be very hit or miss. So Steph Diggs, welcome to the team. And then finally my BBM that's wrapping up in the 15th round, 2462. Jane Daniels, Caleb. All right. We will go Rico here. Yeah. All right, let's go back to the lobby. BBM or marathon? I'm going to try a marathon. I'm your Huckleberry. Let's see if it's close to filling. If not, then we'll back out and may do a BBM. So I'm going to enter the marathon. I will enter in 5 seconds, but typically no need to count down. So I will be entering 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, enter. And this is not looking good. Waiting on 10 people. I'm not feeling like we're going to be able to fill this Huckleberry. Fortunately, we just missed one apparently. Waiting on 9. I'll give it a minute. I don't want to shout it out in like on Twitter or anything in case we need to back out. So I think we'll probably go out and do a BBM. Yeah, I think that's probably the right call. I have been streaming for a while, so I don't want to wait too. So I'm your Huckleberry or anyone else in here. I am going to jump out of the marathon. I just don't think we're going to be able to get it to fill. So I am jumping out now. And we will pivot over to do a BBM. Let me get my numbers up a little for the BBM. I'm at 47 now. I want to get to around 70 to 75. So I will be entering in And I will count it down in 5 seconds. I will be entering in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, enter. So 5 spots, still plenty of room. So Huckleberry, anyone else who wants to jump in, hopefully you can get in here. We are waiting on 1. And we are waiting. So it is filled. I got the 4th spot. Huckleberry got the 5th spot. I don't recognize any other names. If you are in here, please let us know. But hope everyone is enjoying their night and enjoying drafting. I figured, I was going to do drafts anyways. I might as well stay on for a bit, do another draft, talk more ball. I'm having fun. So hope everyone having a good night. For me, kind of taking one of these 4 guys in a top 4 pick, or one of these 5 guys, I should say, but Chase is typically not there. So we'll see what gets to us, and then we'll make a decision. Oh, nice. Mike 1322 in the 1 spot. Congrats on the 101. And thank you for joining. Appreciate it. We are going to go, we're going to go CD Lamb. And for those of you, if you haven't liked this episode, please don't forget to hit the like button. I'm sure most of you are subscribers, but we appreciate everyone for subscribing and being part of the FanSpeak Network. We're going to be doing drafts and shows just about every day. Usually now multi-hour streams. And once the season starts, we're going to be rolling that into sports betting, pick'ems, battle royales, DFS. We're going to have content. We're going to cover fantasy every which way. So appreciate everyone for helping us out in building this network. So nothing too crazy at the top. Nothing real interesting in the first round. We are gonna, probably get our pick of a running back here. A lot of times in taking JT, Chase Brown, Bucky, I think they're all fine selections, and we'll probably happily take one of those if it gets back to me, unless something else crazy falls. So we are coming up in a couple. And Bowers goes. I had been seeing him slide some like he had in the last draft I just did with Andrew, but it doesn't happen here. Ladd is still there. He's been creeping down the ADP board slightly, but not too much. He goes at 19. So we'll see what Huckleberry does here. He takes Bucky. I am going to I'm going to take Jonathan Taylor. I know I definitely know I have this build start, but I'm sure it will get mixed up different later. And to me, you just have such an upside. We've seen, it was years ago now, but we've seen JT as RB1. We've seen Lamb as wide receiver 1. that can happen again. So I feel like that leads to a lot of potential. So Mike is now in the 1 spot. He takes McBride with the chase, and he will take in the 3rd round. All right, so he goes Lamar. I like that pull up a lot. Baltimore, Cincinnati play each other in week 15. And again, having an elite quarterback there. Arsenal takes another elite quarterback. I was very much considering Josh Allen, T. Higgins. Unfortunately, none of these guys fell back to me. So I don't love the Hill or Harrison or Wilson clicks. I'm going to go Amari and Hampton. I don't love the fact they lost their left tackle, but they moved Joe Alt to left tackle. Their offensive line, I still think, is going to be above average. I think it can be a very good offense still. So and as we talked about earlier, Najee does not look like he's returning to the field anytime soon. So I think Hampton could really just have a massive role. I didn't have the Gibbs Bucky yet, so there it is. Nice. This is a BBM, Mr. Nick. We tried to jump into a marathon, but unfortunately, there's 8 more to fill, and it wasn't really moving. So we jumped out of that and jumped into a BBM. Yeah, round 3 does not feel good now. I mean, you just have this mix of not just bring it up. And this is why I don't mind the elite quarterbacks and take them a considerable amount, because do we feel good about Hill? Not really. Do we feel great? I mean, Harrison's okay, but he's more like end of round 3. Same with Garrett Wilson. Like, they should be at this turn here. JSN kind of the same, to be honest. So, and now Devontae Adams, who had been going like in the 28 through 30 range, do we feel great about him with the Stafford situation? So, I mean, I still think he's maybe a round 3 guy, but it's like, I feel like we got like 6-7 guys who I feel good about at 34, 35, 36. Nobody I feel real good about at 29, 30, 31. So that's why I get Storybrooke bringing up Kittle. I get the elite quarterbacks being brought up. It's just, I feel a lot better about them. I mean, yes, you're Huckleberry, you're getting the fall for Hill, and I considered it myself, but just, yeah, he's like a little banged up, and just, we know the upside that Hill has, but we also know the downside. So yeah, it just doesn't feel like a fun round 3 click anymore. Yeah, well, at least you got some correlation there. That helps. Mid to late round 3 is always rough. Kittle feels like the best click. Yeah, exactly. Like now we saw those guys pulled up, but that's why when I'm end of round 3 and, a lot of times if I'm not taking Evans, I'm taking Daniels or Kittle. League quarterbacks really get pulled up here. Jalen Hurts, sometimes he falls back to me here, and I was considering that, but yeah. We'll see what Huckleberry does here. He takes James Cook. I love that pick. I was going to make that pick. So nice pick there, Huckleberry. Yikes. I'll take the little slide on Terry. Don't love it, but it does correlate with CeeDee Lamb. So that's kind of, I was debating between Terry and Jameson Williams, DK Metcalf, but that correlation there, it's one of those, it's like, I don't feel great about it, but I'll still do it. Right, coming up in a couple picks here. And we'll go back to the board. Travion Henderson. that is a pull, but we just saw what he did in the preseason game, and then of course Stevenson getting now kind of banged up. So I get it. Ridley and Metcalf were the guys I was hoping for. Don't get either of them, so that doesn't feel fun. We will take Travis Hunter. I think he's clearly a starting wide receiver, and I like this Jags offense and want exposure to it. But yeah, I was really hoping for Ridley or Metcalf there. So coming up, Huckleberry's pick, he takes Devonta Smith. And we get a little break here. So let me hit back on chat. Steve has been streaming for 7 years now. Yeah, it's been pretty long stream, almost 4 hours. It'll hit 4 hours. We got our guy him with the gritty, Mike Bolduc in here. Round 3 elite quarterback. Agreed. Like I went over my exposures earlier. Jaden Daniels, I'm at like 12%, 13%. Allen and Lamar, I'm like 8 to 9%. So yeah, I'm clicking those 3 in round 3 a lot. Meg checking in. You think Terry starts going in the 3rd in some drafts when he resigns like Cook Spike? I do. I think once he resigns, he will start to get pulled back up. Because I also think there's like right now he's like technically on the pup list, but this is not on the pup list the same way like Ayuk's on the pup list. Like if he signs, he'll be active. Like they're just doing this. It's kind of a way for him not to get fined sort of thing. So yeah, I think when he signs, he'll come back up to around the 3-4 turn. I don't think he goes as high as he used to. So honestly, I think you should probably be taking, Daniels ahead of him as is. I think, Evans is a better click than him in general, but I think he comes back to around here, and we could see Daniel. It'll probably pull Daniels up slightly, getting his number 1 weapon back. So up in 3 picks, nothing feeling great here, but we'll see what Huckleberry gives me. Man, Diggs used to get Diggs in the 70s, not getting that much anymore. So I'm not going to take Burrow. I will go. Just took him in the last draft with Andrews, but Jacoby Myers. Actually, I'm going to pivot, go Tony Pollard. I think, I do think the Taj Spears situation, he gets pulled up a bit. And so I don't mind pushing him up there. And we'll probably take a receiver when he comes back. Maybe a tight end. Money Mike getting Caleb Johnson. He's been falling a little bit. I think that's a solid pickup there. And Addison. Don't take much Judy. I'd consider that. Juwan Jennings, I'd consider. So, yeah, I'm going to take Judy. Just in part, I don't love the pick, but receiver has gotten really picked out. All these injury situations, just a lot of concerns out there. I think Judy generally goes a little high. I have him ranked slightly lower than this, but he fell past ADP, so I feel better about it. And just kind of, I feel like it fits this build decently enough. But definitely not my favorite click by any means. One of the reasons is Tillman is a guy like in, that 140s range. Not going to double tap Cleveland receivers, but going Judy there is, I think, fine. And I do feel a little bit better. This was asked in chat a couple of hours ago, I feel like. But I like Judy a little better because I'm pretty confident Flacco's a starter for at least half the year. Now, don't know if Flacco will be there and what that means for a guy like Judy come to playoff weeks, but at least I feel like he can be at least a strong advancement piece with Flacco at the helm. All right, coming up in 8 picks. Let me go to the board real quick. And yeah, we're coming up to this dead zone of why I took Judy there is we're just coming up to this dead zone of pretty much everyone's injured with the receivers, even a couple of running backs, like Mixon. So let's see what comes back. I mean, Mixon I definitely consider once we get into the 90s. Yeah. Probably out on Mooney now at this point. At least wanted to see him fall more. Downs was a really nice pick, Huckleberry. Do I go Mixon? I think I pull up Andrews here. I can't take Kelsey ahead of Andrews. I don't know. I just think Andrews is in a much better environment. I know Kelsey still had a decent year last year and had a ton of red zone targets, but just there's more weapons there. Andrews, I always feel good about starting my tight end room with. So Arsenal man gets Mixon at 95. That's some solid value. All right, coming up in 3 picks. That is 0, 3, 4, 1. Money Mike taking Keon Coleman. That's nice receiver value there. Okay, I'm going to take Dak here. That was one of the reasons I chose Lamb over Gibbs in the first round. And because I want to get more Dak stacks. As we said before, like Lamb and Dak 2 years ago was about as good as it got. And I have the bring back here with Terry. So feel good about that first, stack, excuse me, of Lamb and Dak with the Terry bring back. We'll find some other quarterbacks because right now I don't have a lot of stacks built out with, Lamar with Andrews, Terry, Jane Daniels, those guys off the board. So I'm sure we'll be able to figure some things out. All right, coming up, Mike, Liggy Chase, but not much else about drafting out of the one hole. I think it seems like you're handling it pretty well. I mean, getting an elite quarterback, elite tight end, and there's, correlation there with Chase. I think it's pretty strong. But yeah, it does feel like sometimes you have to pull guys up like Hendo, but then you got to fall on Johnson. So maybe kind of balances out. And, Kyler. So that, 2 kind of potential elite quarterbacks, and then week 17 build out for Kyler. It feels good. All right, up in 8. I am at 1, 3, 4, 1. Huckleberry, who's in here, is at 1, 4, 4, 0. And then Money Mike is 2, 2, 4, 1. Coming into our 10th round selections. So I feel I have a very standard top 9 rounds, 1, 3, 4, 1. And yeah, it's not as unique as it maybe could be, but I think it's a good team. Right now, the only other stack option for a passing guy would be Lawrence, but not at this pick. So I love the start of my 3 running backs. We're going to take Shaheed, get a 5th receiver. I think he's a clear starter. I do worry about the Saints offense in general, but it's also bring back to Tony Pollard. So there's some, correlation built into that selection. Not that that's the only reason I did it, but it also, I could get Christian Kirk. I could have gotten Marvin Mims. Charbonnet, I kind of considered, but I feel I'm good with my 3 starting running backs. I'll find guys later. I got a great plan for you, Steve. Saturday, Steve-O Speak Easy. You draft battle royales each week during the season. It's $1 million idea. I know, and you're welcome for volunteering. Appreciate you, Mike. All right, let's see. I'm up here. Oh, boy. You know what? I'm going to take Justin Herbert. I don't have the stack yet, but they correlate versus Dallas week 16. Maybe I am able to stack it up. If I don't, I do also have Amari and Hampton, but I don't have a passing stack, a receiving stack. But I don't mind just like a quarterback, running back. Again, I think this is a good offense. Kind of building out this like Dallas, and Dallas stack with Herbert. Maybe I get a Houston piece later. Pretty tough right now. Everyone's gone with Kirk. I don't know how much value Noel or Schultz has. But if not, like week 17 stacking is not the be all end all. And let's see. I feel like we are walking through a minefield these last 2 weeks. Yeah. The number of just simple injury, even like Keaton Mitchell, has a great preseason game, then he's banged up. And yeah, it might not be too serious, but Stevenson, sort of same thing, had a nice preseason game, he's banged up. Just so many guys who are just banged up, injured. Guy like Trey Harris, takes a step back with, Keenan Allen, and then some offensive line injuries. Even the Eagles, like Landon Dickerson, and he avoided. It sounds like he avoided season-ending injury, but might miss the first couple weeks. So yeah, there's just a lot of weirdness going on for sure. So up in 4, I'm sitting at 2, 3, 5, 1. And definitely a few different places I can go with this pick. We'll see what Huckleberry leaves me, but I'm going to get somebody I like. He takes Romeo Dubs. I'm going to take Keenan Allen here. I think we've seen him steamed up into like the 120s, and the draft I just did with Andrew, I think he went like 118, something like that. So I did get my Chargers stack, receiving portion of that. So I really have this like nice little, Dallas built out through week 16 and 17. So this team can advance. I think it can do some fun things. And we'll see what we get in a couple of picks. Ferguson, I was obviously hoping would come back to me. He does not, but that's fine. I will pivot. I'm going to take a third quarterback here. Price of third quarterback is definitely going up, but he's a different buy, easily backstackable. And, he has some rushing floor of his own right. Don't have anything really stacked out with him right now. I mean, Shaheed week 15. But it's not even about that. It's just really helping ensure I advance, getting through the pocket. I mean, we've seen both Dak and Herbert have injuries in years past. Andy, he's a guy that, like you said, there's multiple options to backstack him. So I like Bryce Young. I've been pretty high on him all along, and I will continue to be. Let's see here. Let me catch up I will go to the board, and I will catch up in chat in a second. I got so used to slow draft hell when I had 101 small Dalmatians and a bunch of those little extra drafts that since slowed down. I have to add NBA and NHL slows to feel something new now. Yeah, I have not done any NBA or NHL yet. I'm doing a little college, though that clock was going to change soon. You figure out when, because that can be a problem. I'm your Huckleberry. Steve, you never have to worry about me taking Keenan from you. Good to know. I will say I'm more bullish on Keenan. I think he ends up the number 2 in that offense. But no, I get it. Like, he's not for everyone. Eddie, like Rob is a gentleman. He likes it nice and slow. Appreciate everyone for jumping in chat, liking this episode, jumping in these drafts. Appreciate you being in here. Both I'm your Huckleberry and Money Mike. And we're up in 2 picks here. I will not be taking Leggett. I can promise you that. I think I'm going to hit up my second tight end here. And I'm going to go, not that it's the only reason, but build out this stack, week 17 stack. So, Dak, Lamb, Terry, and Ertz. It's also just such a great offense. I get 2 tight ends, 2 top 10 tight ends. Love that. Could stop at 2 tight ends. Maybe I add on a third. We'll see what I need when I get to the end of the draft. Do need to catch up a running back at some point, but by going with 3 guys early, there's guys I can catch up on. One might be right here. But Money Mike makes a nice pick taking Rico. Don't think I would go JCM here. You know what? Even though he's been falling some, I will take Thielen. It's stacked up. I think it's a nice play. I don't have any other week 14s. Just, I think, really overall helps the build. So get some nice veteran receivers at the end here. That's a good receiver room. Probably done at receiver, but now all my quarterbacks are stacked up and ready to go. So I'm really looking at, honestly, just running back here. I'll probably take 3 more running backs. Maybe throw a tight end if something pops, but that's kind of like how I'm looking to play it. Yeah. No, I think this is a good team. All right, so coming up, 11 picks. I will go to the board. So to go back to Mike's, I will tell you, I am still in slow draft hell. Oh boy, just looked at a different tab. I got a couple ones under an or just right at an hour. So it is interesting. I'll tell you that. It is slow drafts are particularly at volume are definitely not for everyone. All right. I considered it. It's just partly I feel like JCM is a bit overpriced. I don't know. Like it's tough for me to take JCM there, but I don't hate it. It's just, yeah, I feel like he's a little bit overpriced. And for me, getting Thielen, getting Ertz, like I'm done at those positions. I feel really good about them. Like, oh crap. I will take Miles Sanders. He's been falling some. I'll take him for part of the stack and build out. Like I said, I think I'm going 6. These last 3 picks are going to be running backs, so I'm going to just build it out from there. And some might be more risky, which isn't always fun. But I do like my top 3 guys. And the news on Roshan has just been so weird. So, taking a running back here. And let's see what is left for me. All right, I will go Taj Brooks. It is the 3rd straight week 10. My last running, because I'm taking 6 running backs, I will do that. I like Taj. I think he's going to have a solid floor. It's part of a top tier offense. So, I think it's a fine value pick in the 17th round. I will make sure my 6th running back does not have a week 10 bye. So even if Rashard Smith got back to me, I would not be taking him. Is Meg regretting her James Cook fade yet? She might have a little bit. Not sure. Luckily I've made her take him sometime, so she's not totally out on him. So I will finish this draft up, then I'll review the other teams in this draft, answer chat, and get on out of here. I've been on for 4+ hours now, but it's been a fun stream. Let's see. I'm your Huckleberry. This will be my first 4 tight end build. Yeah, I've not done many of those. I think I might have 1 or 2 myself. Let me look where you're at. So yeah, you waited and started Mason Taylor, JT Sanders, Harold Fannin. Nice spike pick. So taking a 4th tight end, looks like we'll go over your team fully when it's done. But yeah, it looks like a pretty good build. So I will highlight back to running back. And we'll find somebody to fill out this team. Maybe the Elijah Mitchell pick that I should have made earlier. No, that's week 10, so never mind. So, I don't take a lot of them, but Mostert is clear RB2 for the Raiders right now. Huckleberry finishing off with Musgrave. I will take Justice Hill. He's I think he retains the passing work in Baltimore. Again, another piece of a top offense. I already have a Mark Andrews bet on that offense. So I feel generally pretty good about that. My picks are done, so let me review my team first. Dak, Justin Herbert, Bryce Young, 3 quarterbacks who I all like, 3 stacked up, and kind of 3 in that pocket window that we like to draft from. Jonathan Taylor, Hampton going along with Herbert, Tony Pollard, Miles Sanders with my Dak stack, Taj Brooks, and Justice Hill. So just taking pieces of good offenses at the end there, who I think will at least have some usable weeks. Receiver-wise, I invested in this pretty early, and definitely feel good stopping at 7 with Lamb, Terry McLaurin, Travis Hunter, Jerry Jeudy. Not my favorite pick, but I got him past the ADP, and I think he's solid for this build. Rashid Shaheed, finally Keenan Allen, Adam Thielen, so 2 veteran guys at the end there, and then finally at tight end, Mark Andrews, Zach Ertz. Totally fine stopping at 2 with, yes, 2 much older tight ends, but 2 guys who were top 10 tight ends last year. All right. So, it did show Money Mike's last pick. Doesn't always show that. I'll go do his team first, then I will do Huckleberry's. So, Money Mike, 2682, Lamar, Kyler, running backs, Travion, Caleb Johnson, Tank Bigsby, Taj Spears, Rico Dowdle, definitely was hoping to get that pick, DJ Gedden. So a nice little mix of, high upside rookies. Tank could have a role. Rico, they both seem to have a role. Taj Spears, the injury isn't great, but when he comes back, they seemed committed to him being the clear number 2, just matter when he gets back. Receiver-wise, anchor with Jamar Chase, but followed up by Jameson Williams, Jordan Addison, Keon Coleman, Demario Douglas, Trey Harris, and taking him at the fall there, which is, I think, the right thing to do. Jalen Knoll, bring back for the Chargers side of that. And then Tavian Wicks. Hey, not many other people are healthy. And then a little bring back for your Baltimore. McBride and Likely. So 2 tight end build there, really solid, because sure, Likely might start the year a little slow with the injury, but of course McBride is one of the top tight ends in the league. So yeah, really, really nice little team there. It's one of those like quarterback and tight end, you're exceedingly strong. Receiver, it's a little top heavy, but there's like some upside cases for some of these young guys, like Coleman and Trey Harris and Knoll and even Wicks. Running backs, really need the rookies to hit, but I mean, Henderson, Johnson especially can hit. And I think Rico is a nice pick as well. So then we go to Huckleberry's team, 3473 or 3474. I'm not even used to saying 4 for tight ends. So he goes Justin Fields, Jordan Love, Tua, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bucky Irving, James Cook, Isaiah Pacheco. I like that for a hyper-fragile team. I really love the James Cook pick. I was so hoping he'd come back to me. But no, I mean, Gibbs, Bucky, Cook, Pacheco. Yeah, you can stop at 4 there. 4 different buys, 4 starters. The first 3, all 4 actually on likely top 10 offenses. So yeah, that feels really good. Tyreek, Devonta, Matthew Golden, Downs, Kyle Williams, Romeo Doubs, Jalen McMillan. You really need Tyreek to be healthy, but if he is, that pick could pay off, particularly with Stack, Matthew Golden, and Doubs with Love. Smith, Downs, Kyle Williams, another rookie who might not start the year, like with the ones, but boy, did he's looked good in camp. I thought he looked good in the preseason game. I think he just needs to develop and get some opportunities. 4 tight ends. I last year, Luke Musgrave was one of my highest owned tight ends. I've not really taken him because, of course, Tucker Kraft looks like he has a role right now. But what a nice little contingent pick stacked up. Mason Taylor, Jatavian Sanders, Harold Fannin. So, it's clearly a young tight end room, obviously. But Taylor and Sanders, we definitely feel good about their starting roles. Fannin sounds like he's working a lot with the ones. Musgrave probably just pure contingent. But look, if something happens to Kraft, I think Musgrave could be what he was 2 years ago. So it's an interesting attack in like a BBM where, what's Musgrave going to be on 1%? Like, could be a very, very unique build. Eddie going back to Meg being against James Cook. Appreciate it, Mike. Appreciate you for joining us. Huckleberry, Musgrave was my highest as well. Yeah, he was like my third highest tight end, I think, and roughly all were roughly the same amount. Got Paul. He joined us for a draft earlier. Dang, still drafting. Yeah, I'm gonna finish up here. Just did another BBM. Hope you're doing well. Ironically, tried to get into a marathon. Wasn't close to filling, so we backed out and pivoted to a BBM. But yeah, I felt like doing one more draft and fun 4-hour stream. But it was fun. Thank you again, everyone, for commenting, liking this episode, join us in drafts. Please be sure, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe to Fanspeak Network. When we get to 900, we will do a 9-hour stream. So I'm just training for that. I'm prepping for that one. Is the way I look at it. But I hope everyone has a good night. Enjoy drafting, and I need to catch up on my slows. So you guys all have a good night, and I will talk to you later.